of 11 a.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeants at arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Harris. Immediately after prayer, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
Let us pray. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. For I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress. My God, in Him will I trust. Father, we come to you today, this morning, first saying thank you. Thank you for all that you have given us. Thank you for the breath in our bodies today. Father, we also come to you today saying that we are trusting in you. Father, many of us here today have lost sight of your hand. We may have lost sight of the light. But Father, we stand on your word that if we trust in you with all thine heart and lean not to thy own understanding, but in all thy ways, if we acknowledge you, that you would direct our path. So Father, we come to you today asking that you continue to do so, saying that we trust in your will and in your way, and we ask that you would direct our path. Father, we also come to you today asking for another dose of grace and mercy. Your grace and mercy for us as we continue to make decisions on behalf of your people. Your grace and mercy as we continue to make decisions that will dictate the lives of your people. We ask for your grace and your mercy as we humans try to do what you do in the divine. And now, Father, we thank you so much today for another gift, for those two special gifts that you've given us today. Those two Lombardi trophies that are with us today, celebrating our Super Bowl champions, the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, Father, let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my Redeemer. Amen.
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 I pledge allegiance to the flag Sergeant at Arms, please open the doors of the House. Without objection, the approval of the Journal of Tuesday, May the 7th, 2025 will be postponed until printed. Are there requests for leaves of absence? Chair recognizes the Majority Whip, who indicates there are none. The Chair recognizes the Minority Whip, who indicates there are none. The Chair is about to take the master roll call. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 203 members having voted on the master roll call. A quorum is present. The chair grants permission to Ryan Yee from Fox 43 and Nick Dampan with ABC 27 to take still photography and videography for the duration of the Eagles ceremony. The House will come to order. Colleagues, please take your seats. Please take your seats. Colleagues, please take your seats. If you have to have conversations, please take them to the rear of the House. Today is a day, colleagues, that we have all been waiting on. Very shortly, we'll have the opportunity to consider a resolution naming May the 7th, today, 2025, as Philadelphia Eagles Day here at the Capitol to honor our 2024 Philadelphia Eagles as the Super Bowl 59 champions. Colleagues, as many of you know, the chair is the world's biggest Eagles fan. But I know I'm not alone because it was just a few months ago that we had a tremendous bipartisan pep rally in the Majority Caucus room to cheer on our Philadelphia Eagles to a victory. Now, some of you may ask, why do I love the Eagles? Well, the chair does not only love the Eagles because I've spent almost 43 years in Philly. The chair loves the Eagles for what the Eagles do on and off of the field. From advocating for children with autism to working hard, going into the Capitol at different times, fighting for criminal justice reform, to making sure that the world in which they lead, live, and serve is so much more fairer every single day. Growing up, the Eagles were led by Randall Cunningham. But in this day, I'm so proud of the Eagles' leadership from Jalen Hurts. Whether it's delivering presents to children in the school district of Philadelphia, or making efforts along with our advocacy to provide for fair funding for schools, or being such a huge economic driver to this great Commonwealth in Pennsylvania. The members of the Eagles are, in fact, a part of our community. And I'm so proud to welcome members of the Philadelphia Eagles organization to this chamber, and am so grateful that they were kind and thoughtful enough to bring to the floor of the House not just one, but 2 Lombardi trophies to the floor of the House of Representatives. To the left of the Speaker's rostrum, the chair is delighted and full of joy this morning to welcome the following members of the Eagles organization. We have Mr. President Don Smolenski from the Philadelphia Eagles. We have Eileen DeGrassa. She's the Senior Vice President and Chief Counsel. We have Marla Axelrod. We have Liz Reed. Please stand. And in the gallery, we have our friends Tony Lepore and BJ Clark. Please stand so we can properly welcome you. The chair recognizes now the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 217, printer's number 1526, on page 8 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing May 7th, 2025 as Philadelphia Eagles Day at the Capitol in Pennsylvania and honoring the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles as the Super Bowl 59 champions, introduced by Representative Morgan Cephas.
The question is on the resolution, and on that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the resolution, the chair of the Philadelphia delegation, my neighbor in service, Representative Cephas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and welcome to Eagles Nation. Good morning and welcome to our friends from the Super Bowl 59 champion Philadelphia Eagles joining us in Harrisburg today. I'd like to start by thanking all of my colleagues for supporting House Resolution 217, making May 7, 2025 Philadelphia Eagles Day in the Capitol. I join all my Philadelphia House delegation colleagues in sponsoring this legislation, and again, welcome to Eagles Nation and go Birds! The Philadelphia Eagles won their franchise's second Super Bowl championship on Sunday, February 9th, 2025, putting an end to the Kansas City Chiefs' dream of a three-peat Super Bowl performance with a dominant win for 40-22. Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts put in one of the best performances of his career, winning the Super Bowl MVP. The fifth-year quarterback looked assured and calm under the bright lights, going 17 for 22 passes for 221 yards, 2 touchdowns and 1 interception. As a runner, 11 carries for 72 rush yards and 1 touchdown. You know, I had to look all those statistics up. Right. And of course, the Penn State Lions, Saquon Barkley, had a great game as he ended up in the record books after surpassing Pro Football Hall of Famer Terrell Davis, rushing 2,047 yards combined between regular and postseason. Eagles rookie Cooper DeJean became the first player in NFL history to score a touchdown in a Super Bowl on his birthday. The defensive back's first career interception resulting in a pick six on his 22nd birthday. Somebody absolutely has to explain what a pick six is to me. But we want to welcome all of the leadership here from the Eagles. We want to thank you for creating an amazing team. But we also want to acknowledge that the team works, stretches past the field and into so many of our communities. As our speaker said, one of the team's flagship initiatives, the Eagles Autism Foundation, has raised over $25 million to fund innovative research and support services through their Eagles Autism Challenge and Huddle Up for Autism. Additionally, they have their Eagles Cares program, which is a year-long partnership program with local nonprofits to support community needs. Achievability, a nonprofit focused on moving people out of poverty that serves the Speaker's District. My colleague from the 10th District and my district was a recipient of those resources last year. So I want to thank you for your commitment to our city and our region. Lastly, just as an FYI, the role mass transit played during the playoff season and the parade was critical to their victory. As a reminder, the system during each playoff game on average transported between 15,000 to 31,000 passengers. During 3 of those games, the system transported 65,000 passengers. And for the Super Bowl parade, the system transported close to 500,000 passengers from across the region. And guess what? All of those passengers wasn't from the city of Philadelphia. And I know our team, Pennsylvania's team, Pittsburgh, you got it next year, fingers crossed, felt the presence of all of those passengers moving throughout the region, cheering them on from Philadelphia. So in conclusion, if you're a fan of the Eagles, you must be a fan of mass transit. Grow birds.
Chair thanks the maker of the resolution. Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? 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 Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the resolution. The ayes are 201, the nays are 2. The resolution's adopted. Members, the chair will soon put the House at ease for the purpose of photographs with the Eagles Lombardi trophies. Members, please remain in your seats. Once at ease, the clerk will invite members forward for regional photographs. The House will now be at ease.
All members of the House Democratic Caucus, please come to the well of the House. All members of the House Democratic Caucus, please come to the well of the House. House Republican Caucus, to the well of the House. And as a reminder, please don't touch the trophy. Members of the House Republican Caucus, to the well of the House, please do not touch the trophy. Democratic members, please take your seats. Bipartisan Philadelphia delegation, please to the well of the House. As a reminder, please do not touch the trophies. Bipartisan Philadelphia delegation, bipartisan. The bipartisan Southeast delegation, please to the well of the House. As a reminder, please do not touch the trophy. The bipartisan Southeast delegation. The bipartisan Northeast delegation. The bipartisan Northeast delegation. Bipartisan Northeast delegation to the well of the House. Please, as a reminder, do not touch the trophy. The bipartisan Western delegation to the well of the House. The bipartisan Western delegation to the well of the House. Representative Struzzi, Representative Matzey, please remember to smile.
Western colleagues, we have 8 total trophies, more than any other state. Come on, be a good champ. Good champ.
The bipartisan Central delegation to the well of the House, please. The bipartisan Central delegation. The late Representative Fitzgerald family to the well of the House, please. The late Representative Fitzgerald family to the well of the House. The late Representative Fitzgerald family to the well of the House, please. The late Representative Fitzgerald family to the well of the House. As a reminder, please do not touch the trophy.
The House will come to order. Colleagues, we have some special guests we'd like to acknowledge. In the rear of the House, it's the chair's honor, along with Representative Curry, Delaware County, to have the 7th and 8th grade students from Vision Academy Charter School. They're members of the National Junior Honor Society. They're visiting the Capitol today for tours and to learn about the legislative process. In addition to the Honor Society students that are 7th and 8th graders, they're also members of the student government. Vision Academy from Delaware County, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. In the gallery, our colleague, Representative Anderson, has students from the Northern High School AP Government class visiting the Capitol today. Northern Area High School, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Our colleague, Representative Kruger, has the Newman University 2025 National Collegiate Roller Hockey Association. They are the Division II champions. Newman champions, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Ortizai has the South Fayette girls varsity basketball team. They recently won the PIAA 5A championship in Hershey, Pennsylvania on March the 29th. The Lady Lions finished with a 29-2 record. South Fayette girls champs, congratulations. Representative Williams has his legislative intern, Xander Zerini, at the Capitol. Xander's a student at the Garnet Valley High School and looks forward to his participation in the Student Council, the mock trial team, and continues to be a part of the National Honor Society. Xander, welcome to the floor of the House. So proud of you. Representative Mirsky has constituents from Erie here this morning. Nick and Erica Tacone are here to tour the state capitol. Welcome, so glad to have you. Representative Stats has his constituents, Stephen and Sandra Elsner, in the gallery, along with their children, Martin, Alice, and Rita. Please stand, family. We're so glad to have you. Representative Keppert has Rusty and Lucy Kristoff visiting the Capitol today from his legislative district. Welcome. Representative Kazim has her legislative district office intern, Carolyn Azanika, shadowing her today, learning about the law-making process. Carolyn, please stand. We're so glad to have you. Colleagues, we're about to take up a condolence resolution. I ask all the members to please take your seats for this serious moment. We will be honoring today a good friend of mine, like a mother to me, quite frankly, our former colleague, Representative Isabella Fitzgerald. She represented the Northwest section of the Philadelphia City and County. The Sergeant at Arms will close the doors of the House. Members, please take your seats. We're offering a condolence resolution today for one of our own, a community leader, a woman of faith, and a former member of this esteemed institution. In December, we lost our good friend, Representative Isabella Fitzgerald, and most of us called her Miss Izzy. She served 3 terms here in the State House, but she dedicated her entire life to serving the public. Here in Harrisburg, as a lawmaker, she was driven by her passion to help others. She fought boldly for affordable housing, improved access to health care, And before being elected to this state house, she was a member of legislative staff for a long time, a congressional staff member, and a ward leader in the Philadelphia Democratic Party. In her neighborhood, she led there as well for her entire life. She founded the Northwest Community Coalition for Youth, a nonprofit that was made up of local leaders whose goal is to educate and protect children. She was also on the board and the planning committee of Women of Faith and Hope, a breast cancer self-help support group. She was a friend, a sister rep, and someone that I will always admire. I'm so grateful that her family and former team members have taken the trek to be here in Harrisburg for this special day. We have her sons, Ray and Derek Fitzgerald, and their wives, Stephanie and Ayana. We have her grandchildren, Amaya, Michaela, Kamari, and Ray III. We have Carol and Weymouth. We have Charlene Waller, a longtime member of the Pennsylvania House of Representatives Democratic Caucus staff. And we have the lovely mother of Representative Bellman, Miss Leslie Tyler. Guests, family, children, and grandchildren of the deceased member, former Representative Isabel Fitzgerald, please stand. We give you our love on this day. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 226, printer's number 1583 on page 1 of the uncontested House calendar. Will the House agree to the resolution? The clerk will read the resolution.
A resolution honoring the memory of the Honorable Isabella V. Izzy Fitzgerald, a former member of the House of Representatives who died December 6, 2024. Whereas Ms. Fitzgerald faithfully represented the 203rd District, Northwest Philadelphia, Philadelphia County, as a member of the General Assembly from 2017 through 2023. And whereas Ms. Fitzgerald notably contributed to the Legislative Black Caucus, the Philadelphia delegation, and PennServe. And whereas, in addition to her terms as a lawmaker, Ms. Fitzgerald's legacy of service to the House of Representatives includes her work as a legislative assistant to her predecessor, Representative Dwight Evans. And whereas, from 2000 through 2002, Ms. Fitzgerald was a special assistant to the United States Representative Robert A. Brady. And whereas Ms. Fitzgerald has earned further recognition as a community organizer and ward leader. And whereas a Philadelphia native, born December 9, 1949, Ms. Fitzgerald was a graduate of Overbrook High School and a longtime member of Enon Tabernacle Baptist Church and the West Oak Lane community. And whereas Ms. Fitzgerald's advocacy and vision for cleaner, safer communities extended to the Mount Airy and East Oak Lane neighborhoods. And whereas Ms. Fitzgerald fought for the benefit of children and families in her long association with the Northwest Community Coalition for Youth. And whereas through this nonprofit organization, Ms. Fitzgerald supported community leaders who built and sustained several key partnerships among parents, schools, agencies, faith-based institutions, and other community-based groups. And whereas, for more than a decade, Ms. Fitzgerald dedicated her energies to the diagnosis, treatment, and spiritual and emotional support of women with breast cancer as a board member of the Women of Faith and Hope. And whereas, by a City of Philadelphia resolution introduced in September 2024, the City of Philadelphia renamed Stenton Avenue and Washington Lane in Ms. Fitzgerald's honor on December 15, 2024. And whereas the purpose of the renaming is to honor Ms. Fitzgerald's visionary leadership, tireless dedication, and significant impact on the community, and serve as a lasting tribute to her legacy and her guiding principle, let's keep moving forward. And whereas on December 18, 2024, after a funeral service at her church, Ms. Fitzgerald was interred at Philadelphia's Ivy Hill Cemetery. And whereas the House of Representatives expresses gratitude for Ms. Fitzgerald's community service, and whereas the House of Representatives pays tribute to the consistency and continuity of Ms. Fitzgerald's leadership, therefore be it resolved that the House of Representatives honor the memory of the Honorable Isabella V. Izzy Fitzgerald, a former member of the House of Representatives who died December 6, 2024, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be transmitted to Ms. Fitzgerald's family in care of her sons, Ray and Derek Fitzgerald.
Chair thanks the clerk. On the resolution, the chair recognizes the Majority Whip, the gentleman from the Lehigh, Representative Schlossberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the House Democratic Caucus as well as the entire chamber, please allow me to extend not only all of our condolences, but mine as well. Like many of my colleagues, I had the honor of serving with Representative Fitzgerald, and one of the things you figured out very, very quickly about her was that she did not view public service as the pinnacle of her career, but simply as the next logical step. The members who I have found, at least, serve this institution best are the ones who come here with the idea of service firmly ingrained in them over a period of many years. And in listening to the biography of our former colleague, it's very clear that she was here not to show off and not to grandstand, but to do good work. And though her time here was brief, her impact over the course of her term in service in the House of Representatives, as well as her long and distinguished career as a public servant in some way or the other, that obviously made a major difference in the lives of the people. To the family, friends, and former staff who are here, please know our thoughts are with you. I know we were all genuinely heartbroken to hear of Izzy's passing. At least, though she is gone, we can all know that she made the most of her time here, not just for herself, but for the people she was privileged to represent. Please accept our humblest condolences, and we're so glad you could be with us today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the resolution will rise and remain standing for a moment of silence as a mark of respect for the deceased former members. Guests, please also rise as able. The resolution has been unanimously adopted. Sergeants at arms, please open the doors of the House. The chair recognizes Representative Frankel, Chair of the Committee on Health, who reports the following bills. House Bill 681, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1269, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Frankel, Chair of the Committee on Health, who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 188, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 194, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 199, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 222, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 225, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Warren, Chair of the Committee on Insurance, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1088, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1140, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill it is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Schweier, Chair of the Committee on Education, who reports the following bills. House Bill 17, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 191, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 538, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1326, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill it is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Freeman, Chair of the Committee on Local Government, who reports the following bills. House Bill 375, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 977, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1048, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1185, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1195, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1289, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Freeman, Chair of the Committee on Local Government, who reports the following resolution. H.R. 212, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Samuelson, Chair of the Committee on Finance, who reports the following bills. House Bill 500, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1189, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill it is agreed to? The chair referred the following bills that the clerk will now read.
Referrals, May 7th, 2025. House Bill 1420, House Bill 1421, both to appropriations, Senate Bill 9 to education, House Bill 1419 judiciary, and House Bill 1416 to transportation.
Colleagues, we have another VIP guest in the chamber today. As if it wasn't enough joy and pride to welcome the Philadelphia Eagles organization and not one but two Lombardi trophies, we are so very excited, and please hold your applause. I have a few things to say. We have an icon in our presence. The iconic Cheryl Lee Ralph is here on the floor of the Pennsylvania House of Representatives. So much for holding your applause. Not only is our guest a veteran of film, I took some time out last week to read the notes in her book, Redefining Diva, which I had purchased a while. So, Madam Chair, of Philadelphia, that's what I'm reading, Redefining Diva. She's a veteran in the film industry. She is a giant on Broadway, as an acclaimed actress on television, award-winning singer. She's a best-selling author, but she is also a philanthropist, an activist, an advocate for marginalized communities of all types all around the world. She contributes her time, her stellar voice to help advance issues that she cares about, including combating HIV and AIDS. She currently serves as the first vice president of the SAG-AFTRA Los Angeles Local. She's earned an Emmy, an Independent Spirit Award, and been nominated for a Tony. You might have seen her at Super Bowl 57, where she sang with all her might, lift every voice and sing. On my weary days, Madam Diva, I just can hear you singing Let Us March On. Now, we see her every week in her role as Mrs. Barbara Howard on Abbott Elementary. She epitomizes the tireless and dedicated teachers in our public schools, not only here in the Commonwealth, but all across our nation. She is the first woman to be recognized in this chamber with a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and that just happened the other day. We want to give a warm Harrisburg, Pennsylvania House of Representatives welcome to the Cheryl Lee Ralph. Colleagues, Representative Anderson has some additional students that just arrived in the gallery. The Northern High School AP Government class, additional students that just arrived, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Nelson has some guests in the gallery, and the chair was pleased to stand with them at their press conference this morning. Members of the Pennsylvania Sickle Cell Provider Network. They are here for the Pennsylvania Strong for Sickle Cell Advocacy Day. Advocates, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Rusnick has in the gallery the Reading Muhlenberg Career and Technology Center from Reading, Pennsylvania. Health Dental Occupations class is here with their teacher, Ms. Monica Razan, the classroom assistant, Ms. Claudia Bressler, and the school's administration team. Please stand. We're so glad to have you all. Thank you for your hard work in school. Representative Borowitz has some guests in the gallery. The Fellowship of Christian Athletes, they are here from the Keystone Central School District. FCA is here today for the Day of the Bible that is happening at the state capitol. FCA, thank you for being here. Please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Mao has his district office staff in the Capitol today. We have Chris Ann Kemple, Hope Groff, and Justin Swinehart. Representative Mao's staff, please stand so we can welcome you to the floor of the House. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Beaver, Representative Matsey, the Majority Caucus Chair, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Democrats will caucus at 12:30 p.m. House Democrats will caucus at 12:30 p.m. We will be prepared to return to the floor at 1:30 p.m. 1:30 p.m. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative White, the Minority Caucus Chair, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Republicans will be caucusing at 12:15 and plan to return to the floor at 1:30. Excuse me, correction, Madam Speaker. We're actually going to caucus at 12:30 as well with our team here. So 12:30 will be caucus, and we will return to the floor at 1:30. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady on that question. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lackawanna County for a committee announcement, Representative Mullins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will be meeting immediately in the Majority Caucus Room. All members of the Appropriations Committee, please report to the Majority Caucus Room immediately. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Colleagues, the chair has an oversight. We are in the presence of one of our best former members, the good gentleman from the 7th. Listen. There's a lot on the chair's mind every day. God bless you. From the 7th, State Senator Vincent Hughes is in our midst. Let's welcome him. Thank you for the corrections. House stands in recess until 1 o'clock unless 1:30, until sooner recalled by the Speaker. The hour of 1:45 having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 96, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 103, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 492, reported as committee. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 504, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 754, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 986, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 992, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 1200, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 1330, reported as committee. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1332, reported as committee. Will the House agree the bill it is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1333, reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 1334, reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 1335, reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 1336, reported as committee. Will the House agree the report it is agreed to? House Bill 1337, reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 1338, reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 1339, reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 1340, reported as committee. Will the House agree the report it is agreed to? Chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, May 7, 2025. House Bill 1423, Judiciary, House Bill 1422, State Government, and House Bill 1424 to Tourism, Recreation, and Economic Development.
Colleagues, if I can have your attention, we have one special announcement and two groups of guests. In the gallery, our colleague from Adams, Representative Mao, has his legislative district office staffers here this afternoon. We have Chris Ann Kemple, Hope Groff, and Justin Swinehart. Would you all please stand? Thank you all for your hard work in the district. Glad to have you today. Our colleague that serves Philadelphia, colleagues. Our colleague that serves Philadelphia, Representative Giral, has guests in the back of the House this afternoon. We have Mike McElvaney and Brian Reppert at the Capitol today. They are local business owners, constituents in his district. The chair had a chance to say hello to them on the first floor. Let's welcome these business owners. Thank you all for being here. We have a special announcement this afternoon. For only about 30 more minutes will we be privileged to have in our presence Abby Leonard. She is leaving the Pennsylvania House of Representatives to go on to greener grass and pastures over across the building to the Pennsylvania Senate. Abby works diligently in the front of the House, and everyone may not know who you are, so when it's appropriate, please take a break, Abby, and wave your hand so we can congratulate you. You're so welcome. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, calls up House Bill 96, printers number 1627, page 1, supplemental calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill protects vulnerable individuals at risk of losing their homes.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House? Finally, on that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, gentleman from Chester, Representative Paoli.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And colleagues, I rise to ask for your support on House Bill 96, which seeks to protect vulnerable individuals at risk of losing their homes. This bill was voted on last session with huge bipartisan support. We had 199 votes to 2. We do have an amendment that has been agreed to yesterday. I ask for your support again in this important bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 201, the nays are 2. Majority required by the Constitution have been voted in the affirmative. The bill passes the House finally. Clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes Majority Leader, calls up House Resolution 97, printer's number 0827, page 5, today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing the week of May 4th through May 10th, 2025 as Career and Technology Week and recognizing May 7th, 2025 as National Skilled Trades Days in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Rushneck.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 199. The nays are 4. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Majority Leader, calls up House Resolution 167, printer's number 1223, page 7, today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing May 9th through May 18th, 2025 as Go Public Gardens Day in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Sappi.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 198. The nays are 5. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, calls up House Resolution 187, printer's number 1372, page 8, today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing May 10th, 2025 as National Train Day in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Rob Matzey.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 198, the nays are 5. The resolution is adopted. House will temporarily be at ease. House will come to order. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, calls up House Bill 433, printers number 1300, page 3 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill requires health insurance to cover diagnostic breast imaging without imposing cost sharing.
Will the House agree to the bill? Chair's understanding that the gentleman, Representative Kephart, withdraws A00337. Chair thanks the gentleman. Bill's agreed to. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, calls up House Bill 818, printers number 1296, page 1, today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill establishes first-time homebuyer savings accounts.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Bizzarro offers A00556. Will the House agree to the amendment on that question? Chair recognizes the maker of the amendment and the bill, the gentleman from Erie, Representative Bizzarro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment, Amendment A00556, is a technical amendment to make the legislation internally consistent. I'm asking for an affirmative vote, and it is agreed to. Thank you.
Chair thanks the Speaker. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 203, the nays are 0. The amendment's adopted. Representative Miller offers A00588. Will the House agree to the amendment on that question? Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lancaster, Representative Miller, maker of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of Amendment A00588. The underlying bill establishes the First-Time Homebuyer Savings Account program, which is designed to help those first-time homebuyers purchase their first home. While doing this, we also need to keep in mind the taxpayers and protect them from anyone who might want to game the system. What my amendment does is it will require repayment of taxes on taxable income if a property purchased within the program is sold within 3 years of purchase for reasons other than loss of household income due to loss of household income, loss of an income earner, transfer for employment, or other economic or personal hardship. This amendment will help protect the taxpayers and yet will still allow for flexibility in the event of unforeseen hardships for those who want to take advantage of this program. And it will keep intact the provisions of this bill to help first-time homebuyers. I want to thank the gentleman from Erie County for his support of this amendment and ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the amendment and the minority chair of local government for the amendment. Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, Representative Bizzarro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an agreed to amendment, and I ask the members for their affirmative vote.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. The amendment is agreed to. 203 to 0. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The bill as amended will be reprinted. Chair recognizes Majority Leader, calls up House Bill 1062, printer's number 1157, page 2 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill creates a statewide blight data collection system using property code violations.
Will the House agree to the bill? The gentleman, Representative Irvin, offers Amendment A00593. Will the House agree to the amendment? The chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, the gentleman from Huntington, Representative Irvin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to offer Amendment 00593. I appreciate the good chairman for working with me on this amendment. My amendment creates a way by which a property or property owner can be removed from the blight registry once the violation has been cured. This is an agreed-to amendment. Thank you.
Chair thanks the Minority Chair of Housing and Community Development. Chair recognizes Majority Chair of Housing and Community Development, the gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Mark Hosick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the chairman and urge a vote in favor of this of A00593. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 203, the nays are 0. The amendment's adopted. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The bill as amended will be reprinted. Chair recognizes Majority Leader calls up House Bill 1103, printers number 1224, page 1 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for discount points on mortgages.
Will the House agree the bill? Representative Twardzik offers A00482. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the amendment. Gentleman from Schuylkill, Representative Twardzik.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. It is an important bill that will allow people to reduce second mortgage rates, and to get to the point, we're just removing the word point. Thank you.
Chair thanks the maker of the amendment. On that question, chair recognizes the maker of the bill, gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative Cephas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to thank the maker of the amendment. This is an agreeable amendment, and I'm asking my colleagues to vote yes.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 203, the nays are 0. The amendment is adopted. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader calls up House Bill 1144, printers number 1301, page 3 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill increases the pension for Pennsylvania veterans who are blind, an amputee, or paralyzed as a result of their military service from $150 a month.
Will the House agree the bill? For what purpose does the gentleman from Luzerne, Representative Wattrow, rise?
Madam Speaker, I rise to ask for a suspension of the rules to consider A00609.
The gentleman from Luzerne, Representative Wattrow, moves to suspend the rules for the purpose of immediate consideration of Amendment A00609. The question is, will the House suspend its rules? Members are reminded that pursuant to Rule 77, the motion to suspend is only debatable by the leaders, the maker of the motion, the maker of the amendment under consideration, and the prime sponsor of the bill under consideration. On the motion, Representative Wattrow.
Madam Speaker, this amendment is a technical amendment to address a necessary change to the definition of veteran within the bill before us. I ask the members to support my motion so that we can support our veterans. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Chester, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is agreed to. Thank you so much.
Chair recognizes the floor leaders. The gentleman from Bedford, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would also encourage a motion yes to suspend the rules. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of suspending the rules will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the motion. The yeas, 202. The nays are 1. 2/3 majority having voted in the affirmative. The motion passes. Representative Watro offers A, 00609. Will the House agree to the amendment on that question? The chair recognizes Representative Watro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment is a technical amendment to update the definition of veteran to align with the definition to the provisions contained in our Title 51 Military Code and the one that is recognized by the federal VA. I ask for affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the majority chair of Human Services. Gentleman from Chester, Representative Williams.
Madam Speaker, thank you. This is an agreed to amendment. I'd ask the colleagues for an affirmative vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 203, the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The bill as amended will be reprinted. Chair recognizes the majority leader, calls up House Bill 103. Printer's number 1113, page 2, supplemental calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill amends Title 30 to provide rules and penalties regarding abandoned boats and boats that are derelict or at risk of becoming derelict.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentlelady from Allegheny County. Majority chair. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Fayette, Representative Krupa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in strong opposition to this bill, not because I condone the abandonment of boats, but because I believe in the fair and proportional application of criminal law. This bill would create a new criminal offense punishable by up to 90 days in jail for abandoning a boat. And that penalty can be imposed regardless of whether the restitution owed is $25 or $2,500. That should concern every member of this chamber. We talk so often about the need for criminal justice reform, about over-incarceration, about making penalties fit the crime. And yet, here we are, considering putting someone in jail for 3 months over an abandoned boat. It's not reasonable, it's not proportional, and frankly, it borders on absurd. And let's be honest about who will bear the brunt of this law. If someone with wealth abandons a boat, they'll pay a fine, hire an attorney, make restitution, and move on. But the working class Pennsylvanian, the person who may not have the means to pay immediate restitution or couldn't afford to tow or repair a broken vessel, that is the person who could end up behind bars. This bill won't hold the wealthy accountable. It will punish the struggling. It will punish the working person who may already be living paycheck to paycheck and just simply couldn't afford the cost of removing or fixing a boat. So I ask my colleagues, how can we say we believe in criminal justice reform and criminal justice reform and then turn around and vote to criminalize a situation that overwhelmingly affects working class families? We are considering jail time, 90 days, for something that should be resolved through civil resolution and reasonable penalties. This is not justice, this is not reform, and this isn't where Pennsylvania should be heading. I urge a no vote.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 148, the nays are 55. Majority required by the Constitution, having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally. Clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes Majority Leader. Calls up House Bill 504, printers number 1628, page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. While the House agreed the bill is agreed to, the clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides community energy facilities.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from the Lehigh, Majority Chair of Education, Representative Schweier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask for an affirmative vote on House Bill 504. Simply stated, ma'am, this legislation is important to make sure that everybody has the opportunity and access to own their own electricity generation. Quite frankly, you could drive by many neighborhoods and you could see somebody with solar panels on their rooftop, or perhaps they have a large field or part of their farm where they're able to install solar or other types of community energy generation products. Problem is, not everybody lives in a house that's big. Not everybody lives in a place that has enough space to be able to put one of these facilities on their property. There are people in row homes, there are people in apartments, there are people in trailer parks or planned communities that don't have access to it. This legislation would correct that. It was passed in a bipartisan manner last session. I ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you, ma'am.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Representative O'Neill, Minority Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition of House Bill 504. Colleagues, the fact is that we are on the precipice of a reliable energy crisis. Time and again, we have received warnings from experts that our energy grid is facing a dire future. In fact, just last week, we saw a preview of this in Spain and Portugal, where grid blackouts caused mass chaos for hours. This is a very real threat. And part of the problem is that policymakers and activists around the world continue to push for heavier reliance on so-called renewable energy sources while ignoring the effect on grid reliability. Now more than ever, we need reliable baseload thermal generation. Liquid natural gas and nuclear power are things keeping the lights on in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We must start having a conversation in this chamber about investing in reliable energy. The fact that is energy sources that are always producing. The fact is the sun rises in the morning and sets in the night. And for close to 12 hours a day, solar panels are just not a reliable energy option. If we don't take steps now to further invest in the security of baseload energy sources like natural gas, Pennsylvanians are at risk of experiencing blackouts and chaos that we saw in Europe last week. And until this chamber is ready to have a serious conversation about energy reliability, I will be a no on legislation like House Bill 504. I'd encourage you to do the same.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote.
Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 114, the nays are 89. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 754, printers number 0778 on page 3 of supplemental calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill amends the county pension law to permit pension boards to grant smaller increases in supplemental benefits rather than mandating that any increase be equal to the applicable CPI-U.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman and prime sponsor of the bill from Erie, Representative Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 754 would update the county pension law to help our county governments and our county retirees. Under the current law, county retirement boards are required to review supplemental benefits provided to county annuitants at least once every 3 years. While county retirement boards are authorized to grant an increase in supplemental benefits, they have no authority to determine the amount of the increase. That is because the law requires any cost of living adjustment to equal the percentage change in the CPI-U for Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, and the Maryland area for the preceding 12 months. This means the counties often cannot afford to provide retirees in any cost of living adjustment because of the CPI-U is too high and thus is too costly. For county pensioners who are living on fixed incomes, it means they're getting hit with high inflation, but the elevated CPI-U prevents adjustments to their supplemental benefits. My legislation would permit county retirement boards to grant a cost of living adjustment that could be any percentage up to, but not more than, the applicable CPI-U. There are no other changes being made to the law. My bill simply inserts 6 words, up to but no more than, into the relevant section regarding supplemental benefits. Please join me in supporting our counties and our county retirees by voting in favor of House Bill 754. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks you, gentlemen. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? All the members voted. Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 120, the nays are 83. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 986, printer's number 1076 on page 3 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides consumer protection against unfair realty agreements for homeowners.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative Cephas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to vote yes for House Bill 986. My legislation would provide consumer protection against unfair service agreements for homeowners. Far too often across the Commonwealth, brokers are targeting cash-strapped homeowners, particularly older adults, offering a small upfront cash payment for the right to sell the person's home. Homeowners are encouraged to sign lengthy realty agreement contracts for a set period, which can be upwards towards 40 years. Should the homeowner try to cancel the agreement or sell their home using another realtor, they are sued or face a cancellation fee of several $1,000s. These unfair service agreements make it difficult for homeowners to refinance, access home equity, or transfer their property. Homeowners who try to list their property with a different agent may face penalties such as paying the original company a commission. Prohibiting such agreements is essential to protect consumers from these predatory practices, particularly those in our most vulnerable communities. I'm urging my colleagues to vote yes on House Bill 986 for those reasons, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Will the House agree to the bill? All agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 153, the nays are 50. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 992, printers number 1083 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill amends Title 30 to change the composition of the Pennsylvania Boating Advisory Board.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. All the members voted. Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 203 and the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1200, printers number 1641 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for the legalization and regulation of adult use cannabis.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Mercer, Representative Bonner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I raise 2 constitutional challenges to House Bill 1200. The first challenge to House Bill 1200 involves Article 5, Section 9 of the Pennsylvania Constitution. And with the Speaker's permission, then, I will address the violation that House Bill 1200 sets forth as a violation of Article 5, Section 9.
The gentleman may proceed.
There is a mistaken belief that only the courts are responsible for determining the constitutionality of laws passed by the legislative branch of government. That thought is wrong under the United States Constitution, and it is wrong under the Pennsylvania Constitution. Legislatures in the General Assembly take an oath upon being sworn into office that they will support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Each time we vote on a piece of legislation in this great chamber, we are to consider whether that vote is in accord with the constitutions of the United States and of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. As I cast my vote today, I have determined that House Bill 1200 is in violation of two essential provisions of the Constitution of this Commonwealth. Therefore, I must vote against this legislation, since I believe that the legislation violates the Pennsylvania Constitution, and I, just like you, have taken an oath to uphold this Constitution. Article 5, Section 9 of the Pennsylvania Constitution, entitled Right of Appeal, states that there is a constitutional right of appeal in all cases, from a court of record to an appellate court. The language is plain. The language is direct. The language is mandatory. The language has been one of the most basic rights for free men and free women for centuries under law. The need and justification for the right of appeal from a lower court to a higher court is the recognition that judges, who are men and women, do make mistakes, and everyone should have the right to one appeal to a higher court to correct a mistake. No one and no legislation, not even House Bill 1200, can take this right away from any person in this Commonwealth. However, in Section 5015 of House Bill 1200, the Court of Common Pleas in every county of Pennsylvania is given the authority to hear any challenge to the placement of a cannabis store which may be in close proximity to a church, to a school, or a private residence, and to approve or prohibit its location as the court so finds. But, and this is a big but, this section goes on to state that the court's determination shall not be subject to an appeal. This language, forbidding the right of appeal from a common pleas court decision, is in direct violation of Article 9 or Article 5, Section 9 of the Constitution, which gives every man and every woman in this Commonwealth the right of one appeal from the initial decision of a court of law. You are faced with a clear constitutional challenge today. You can't ignore your oath to support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and pass House Bill 1200. Or you can, as many legislators throughout the great history of this nation and this state have done, show your profile of courage and cast your vote in accord with the oath that each of us has taken, your commitment to the rule of law and to the Constitution. In the first floor speech I gave in this historic chamber in April of 2020, I said that the most impressive part of serving in the Pennsylvania House of Representatives are the people that I served with, intelligent, compassionate, committed on both sides of the aisle. I also said that we were all in this together, and I still believe that today. And I believe that we will show today that regardless of our differences on any single issue, we are all committed to the sanctity of the Constitution and the foundation of this nation, which is the rule of law, as our guiding and unifying force above all personal differences. I believe in our Constitution. I believe in you. And I believe that you will do what is right today. House Bill 1200 is in violation of Article 5, Section 9 of the Constitution. And regardless of the merits of this legislation, it cannot go forward with this fatal defect. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. It's the understanding from the chair that the gentleman is prepared to make a motion. Gentlemen, is in order, may proceed. Please.
Thank you, Mr.
Gentlemen, will
Speaker.
spend. There you go.
I would make the motion that we defeat today. Not that we can't visit it tomorrow or the next week or some other time, but for today, we vote House Bill 1200 down as violating the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes Minority Leader, gentleman from Bedford. Representative Topper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we challenge the constitutionality of HB 1200. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Representative Topper moves that House Bill 1200 is unconstitutional. The chair, under House Rule 4, is required to submit questions involving the constitutionality of matters of the House for decision, which the chair now does and recognizes Representative Topper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman from Mercer made many good points, and I support them all. Thank you.
Those voting aye will vote to declare the matter to be constitutional. Those voting no will vote to declare the matter to be unconstitutional. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the question of constitutionality, the yeas are 102, the nays are 101. The majority having voted in the affirmative, the constitutionality of the matter is sustained. Question occurs, does the House agree with House Bill 1200? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Mercer, Representative Bonner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a second motion that House Bill 1200 violates the Pennsylvania Constitution, and in particular, it violates the separation of powers doctrine, Article 5, Judiciary, and Article 3, Legislature. It also violates Article 4, Section 9, regarding the powers of the governor for pardoning, commutations, reprieves, and fines.
The last vote of the House was based on the constitutionality of the bill in total. Therefore, the motion is not in order. Does the gentleman wish to continue as you were recognized for the second time? If so, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is with great disappointment that a very clear provision of the Pennsylvania Constitution was not recognized. But I go on to set forth for the consideration of the General Assembly another violation of the Pennsylvania Constitution as part of my general remarks. Mr. Speaker, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court issued a ruling in 1977. It involved a felony conviction, interestingly, for possession of marijuana, which the statute at that time said was a felony. 2 individuals were convicted under this statute, saying that the possession of a certain amount of marijuana constituted a felony. And they were sentenced respectively to 1 to 3 and 1 to 4 years in a state penitentiary. This case is known as Commonwealth versus Sutley. Shortly after the court imposed this felony sentence, the General Assembly amended the statute to which the defendants pled guilty. And they declared that the possession of the same amount of marijuana that these 2 felons possessed would now be deemed to be a misdemeanor, and that their imprisonment could not exceed 1 year, and that the court should resentence these 2 individuals already sentenced for felony convictions to misdemeanor convictions. The General Assembly went on to state that all defendants convicted of marijuana possession of this particular amount should be resentenced by the court in accord with the new penalty that the General Assembly had adopted, so that anyone with a felony record would have that record expunged, and they would now be sentenced with a misdemeanor violation. The Mercer County District Attorney's Office handled this case on behalf of the Commonwealth, and I was pleased to serve in this office for 18 years. The Mercer County District Attorney's Office challenged this particular statute and its application to these 2 individuals who had been sentenced as felons, basically stating that the General Assembly had no authority to adopt a statute and direct the courts to impose a new and different sentence because it had changed the amount of marijuana from a felony possession to a misdemeanor possession, and to further direct the court to resentence these individuals, expunge their records, and at this point, allow them to go free. The Supreme Court in this decision, and this case was known as Commonwealth versus Sutley. The Supreme Court in this decision said there are 3 branches of government, and the General Assembly was invading the judiciary, which is the 3rd branch of government. And the General Assembly did not have the power to intervene in any case which the court had already handled and imposed sentence. The Supreme Court said then that the General Assembly cannot direct it to revisit and reopen a sentence previously made final, and to substitute their judgment for the judgment of the court which was made a year prior to the adoption of this new statute. The court held that the General Assembly had no authority to alter judgments imposed by it, as it would constitute an interference and an invasion of the judicial powers. They said that the General Assembly lacked any power whatsoever to intervene into a case where the court had already imposed a sentence. And there would be no reopening of these cases despite the mandate of the General Assembly. The court further noted that the General Assembly has no power to order a pardon, to commute a sentence, or to expunge any conviction. That power was reserved either to the courts or to the governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Now, there are many mandates in House Bill 1200 invading the powers of the court and the governor regarding commutation of sentences and remittance of fines. But I want to focus particularly on Section 305, which directs the courts to expunge or eliminate any marijuana convictions and sentences imposed before the date of the adoption of House Bill 1200. This is in direct violation of the Supreme Court decision in 1977. It also says in Section 305 that the courts are to eliminate any fines which they have imposed on any individuals and redirect them to other criminal charges. Again, a significant invasion by the General Assembly into the power and authority of our judicial system. This is prohibited by the separation of powers of our three branches of government. Section 305 then directs the court to vacate, to expunge, and to destroy convictions and sentence records entered into prior to the adoption of House Bill 1200, and to release anyone from prison or parole serving a current sentence for a lawful conviction. The General Assembly has no power to order the courts to change the result of past cases, to eliminate past convictions, to expunge past convictions, to order the release of convicted criminals from prison, or to order the transfer of fines from a marijuana case to another criminal conviction. As legislators, we are highly critical of the courts anytime they exercise legislative powers. And I can tell you that the courts will be highly critical of House Bill 1200. This bill was not properly vetted. It was introduced on a Sunday, and we had an opportunity to read it on a Monday. It was passed out of committee on Monday, and now it is before us for a vote on Wednesday. This was a rush to judgment. This bill should be further reviewed. It should be further vetted. And to ignore the Constitution is to ignore the oath that each and every one of us took as we were sworn into office. We need then to heed our own criticism of the courts and not to invade the domain of the courts in cases in which they have ruled in the past and which are in accord with the law which was in existence at the time they entered their order. Today, then, we will test our commitment to the rule of law. I sense that a majority of the legislators in this House support this legislation. But we are also obligated to support the Constitution ahead of our personal legislative agenda. This legislation can be properly vetted and passed in accord with law. But today, if your vote is in favor of House Bill 1800, you will have violated your oath that you took when you were sworn in. I am confident that the constitutional arguments that I have raised today will be sustained by the court. And frankly, I look forward to any counter-arguments that may be presented to either of the challenges that I have raised with you today. I heard none on the first objection to a violation of your oath. I look forward, if there is any counter-argument, to my argument that you are also violating House Bill 1800 by directing the courts to revisit past cases. If there are such arguments, and then they're weak and they're uncertain, I ask you as my colleagues to do what is right by the Constitution, by our oath of office, and by our rule of law. Today, then, will be a moment in our history when we say, if we follow the Constitution and the rule of law, even over our own personal desires, a job will be done, good and faithful servants. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, the prime sponsor of the legislation, Representative Krajewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, today, for the first time in our Commonwealth, we are considering passing legislation to legalize and regulate adult use cannabis. Yes, clap up. After chairing 6 Health Committee hearings, meeting with stakeholders from industry, labor, social equity, criminal justice reform, and more, I am proud and honored to be able to introduce legislation that I believe creates a balanced, responsible, and robust framework. Right now, Pennsylvanians who use cannabis are either crossing state lines to purchase from other legal markets or buying from the illicit market. This fiscal year, the 5 states neighboring Pennsylvania that have legalized adult use cannabis, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, and Ohio, project to pull in a combined total revenue of over $500 million. We are losing public dollars and ruining lives with outdated laws that prolong our failed war on drugs. The reality is, criminalization of cannabis does not work. It does not deter usage, it does not promote safety, and it is not in the best interest of our Commonwealth. With legalization, we have the opportunity to rein in a market that is completely deregulated in terms of potency, content, labeling, or advertising. We can promote public health while also bringing in hundreds of millions of dollars that can be directed to communities hit the hardest by past criminalization. While our state is late to the game in terms of legalizing cannabis, this timing allows us to learn from the mistake of other frameworks. Massive multi-state cannabis companies have leveraged their existing medical and recreational footprints to control entire swaths of newly emerging recreational markets. Where states have tried to level the playing field with social equity guidelines, those states have been terrorized with industry lawsuits. This naked greed has led to near impossible conditions for small entrepreneurs to successfully compete in cannabis. Enterprising business owners, many of whom are formerly incarcerated due to cannabis-related offenses, were sold a fake gold rush dream by predatory investors. When social equity businesses failed due to the volatility of a new market and aggressive multi-state operators, private equity was ready to swoop in and seize the remains. Today, 10 out-of-state corporations with a combined valuation of over $6 billion control more than 70% of our current medical dispensaries. Their CEOs receive millions in compensation every year. Without proper controls in place, we risk turning Pennsylvania into the new playground for corporate cannabis. Instead of cycling through the same failed policies, our bill takes a bold new approach in proposing a hybrid system of publicly owned, publicly accountable retail stores while maintaining social equity and small business advantage license programs in small-scale retail in the entire supply chain. This model allows us to marry the stability of our current state store system with tightly regulated business opportunities in the cannabis industry. We will prioritize disadvantaged and minority businesses in shelving products at our retail stores. We will create new business opportunities in the form of consumption lounges and create local ownership and commerce. We will provide micro-licensing opportunities that will prevent monopolistic practices and give small businesses in Pennsylvania a fair shot. We will create tens of thousands of union jobs and empower workers with cooperative licensing opportunities. And because we will have oversight over the retail market, we can keep prices low for consumers while reaping the proceeds from sales and tax revenue, generating over $500 million in annual revenue for our Commonwealth. We can create real Pennsylvania-owned cannabis businesses by preventing another corporate takeover. But it will require the courage to call out the state of the industry and the willingness to say another way is possible. With our model, we provide one centralized authority to regulate the health and safety of recreational cannabis usage. Throughout our state, consumers can trust that when they go into a store to purchase cannabis, there is a uniform standard for labeling and potency. Residents can rest assured that products will not be marketed to exploit underage usage, and that there is a publicly accountable process in placement of retail stores. Lastly, by legalizing adult use cannabis, we can provide fair and reasonable workplace guidelines for companies and employees alike. Given that alcohol has consistently proven to be exponentially more dangerous than cannabis, it is deeply hypocritical to penalize employees for recreational use on their personal time. Our bill provides protections against workplace and courtroom discrimination while still allowing disciplinary action for active impairment on the job. This would create standards that are on par to that of alcohol intoxication. I will admit that crafting this legislation has been a long and arduous process. Pennsylvania's strength is in its diversity, and there are a multitude of perspectives on how we regulate recreational cannabis. I can say with full confidence that our bill prioritizes economic justice, entrepreneurship, public health, workplace safety, community restoration, and more. So a vote on HB 1200 is a vote to move us one step closer to modernization, and I ask for your support. Thank you.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Armstrong, Representative Major.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I stand before you in opposition of House Bill 1200, a proposal that seeks to transition Pennsylvania to a state-run adult use cannabis model. Besides the fact that this would require state employees and the state itself to violate federal law, risking the freezing of employees' personal and state bank accounts and the state's access to federal funding. This bill is a costly and inefficient approach for the Commonwealth, posing significant risks to our economy, our medical program, social equity, and public health and safety. Let me explain why House Bill 1200 is a deeply flawed bill. First, let's be clear. Establishing state-run cannabis system from scratch will cost taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars, if not more. The proposal itself calls for substantial borrowing to build new stores, hire and train staff, and create an entirely new bureaucracy. It costs anywhere from $1 to $3 million to build out a legal dispensary, and construction takes 12 to 24 months. For cultivation and processing facilities, it costs between $10 and $200 million and takes 2 to 3 years to complete. The fiscal note on this bill projects over $270 million in upfront costs. These costs will be borne by taxpayers before a single dollar of revenue is ever generated. Even under optimistic projections, it will take at least 2 to 3 years before a single gram of cannabis is legally sold in Pennsylvania. That delay means lost revenue on top of the initial hole that we will be putting ourselves in. Revenue that instead flows to the illicit market and neighboring states, which are already reaping the benefits of regulated sales. Rather than leveraging the infrastructure we've already built in the medical market, nearly 30,000 jobs, over 450,000 active patients, and nearly $2 billion in annual sales, we're choosing to start from scratch, to erase the progress of the past 8 years, to say, sorry, we've been arresting and prosecuting you for 100 years for selling cannabis, but that's okay, we'll take it from here.
The delay in launching the state-run model will have serious revenue consequences. While we wait for the bureaucracy to take shape, neighboring states and the illicit market will continue to thrive. Just look at New York. It took years to get their program off the ground, creating a vacuum filled by thousands of illicit drug dealers selling unsafe, unregulated products. Why? Because they didn't leverage their existing medical infrastructure and lacked the capital to launch effectively. Is that our model? Are we really using the most criticized program in the country as our blueprint? This bill completely misses the mark when it comes to revenue that could be used today for communities, infrastructure, public safety, and essential services. If we're serious about generating revenue, a smooth transition to a regulated private adult use market is the only path forward. It delivers benefits now, not years from now. More critically, House Bill 1200 puts patients and providers at risk. It prohibits medical operators from participating in the adult use market, putting them out of business. Our existing medical program supports nearly 30,000 jobs and serves 500,000 patients. If medical providers shut down because they can't compete with state-run stores, patients will suffer. We know that 70 to 80% of consumers shift from medical to adult use markets after legalization. Add to that House Bill 1200 restrictions on THC limits and product potency, and you're cutting off access to the products that patients need. And what happens? People turn again to the illicit market for cheaper, more potent, but unregulated and unsafe products. House Bill 1200 mandates that adult use sales can begin only after 2 dispensaries are established in each of the 5 regions across the state. That's just 10 dispensaries statewide at launch. Do we really think that Pennsylvanians will drive hours across the state or across state lines to access legal cannabis, or worse, turn to a street dealer or even opioids? This bill is a slap in the face to small businesses and minority entrepreneurs who have long waited for a fair shot in the cannabis industry. First, House Bill 1200 provides no opportunity for Black and brown entrepreneurs to open their own dispensaries. The only chance for minority-owned grow and processing businesses is to sell to the state if the regulator selects them. And if you're not selected, then what? Pay real estate and workforce costs while hoping the state sends you an email ready saying we're ready for you? And here's the kicker, there's no upfront capital for social equity applicants. They'll need to wait 2 to 3 years before a single dollar in grants or loans is available. That's not equity, that's a barrier. Just look at New York again. No upfront support for equity applicants, and most never even opened. Those who did folded within months. And the fees, House Bill 1200 levies some of the highest in the country, thousands just to apply, tens of thousands for a license. It charges $20 million for a grower-processor license with no guarantee of even being able to sell it to the state store unless under emergency circumstances. Is this even a serious proposal? In New York, when they tried to charge $20 million, no one paid it. Operators sued instead, and most still haven't paid. If anyone's telling you this will be an immediate revenue source, I invite you to look to New York. The evidence says otherwise. This delay in creating a legal market means one thing: the illicit market will grow. Without access to legal products, consumers turn to the underground market, where products are untested, unregulated, and often unsafe with no proper labeling, no dosage information, no safety standards, and worst of all, no age restrictions, meaning more risk for minors. House Bill 1200 fails to address this. In fact, it worsens it by delaying legal access and pushing consumers into dangerous territory. In conclusion, House Bill 1200 is a deeply flawed proposal that drains our resources and weakens our financial footing long before we would ever see a return. It's expensive, it's inefficient, it delays revenue, it excludes those most impacted by prohibition, and it jeopardizes the health and well-being of patients and consumers. We must reject House Bill 1200 and instead look to a well-regulated private market, one that delivers immediate economic benefits, supports entrepreneurs, protects patients, and ensures public safety. Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. Madam
Chair
Speaker.
thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Fayette, Representative Krupa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in firm opposition to House Bill 1200. This bill would legalize recreational marijuana in Pennsylvania, and while the word recreational may sound harmless, What this bill actually opens the door to is far from it. Let me begin by stating plainly, I believe there is a meaningful and valuable place for marijuana. I've heard the stories of children with epilepsy whose seizures have dramatically reduced, cancer patients in excruciating pain, veterans with PTSD who have found peace, and Alzheimer's patients who finally regained an appetite. I affirm the importance of compassionate care and the responsible use of medical cannabis for those in need, but this is not what this bill is about. This bill is not about carefully controlled medical use. This bill is not about decriminalization of low-level possession, issues that I can support. This bill is about legalizing an industry whose highly potent product is known to impair judgment, reduce productivity, increase addictions, especially for youth, and put public safety at risk. We are being told that this is a harmless substance, that it's no worse than alcohol, that it will boost revenue and help our budget. But none of these arguments live up to the facts. The mounting evidence from other states that have already gone down this road, they're now paying the price. Let's address the first fallacy, that marijuana is no worse than alcohol. That's simply untrue, and the science is clear. Alcohol, while dangerous in its own right, does not cause the same long-term damage to adolescent brain development that marijuana does. And a landmark study by Meyer, M-E-I-E-R, if I'm mispronouncing that, found that teenagers who regularly used marijuana lost as much as 8 IQ points, damage that persisted even if they quit later in life. And while alcohol impairment typically wears off in a matter of a few hours, marijuana is different. THC, the active compound in cannabis, can impair attention, coordination, and judgment for 24 hours or more, long after the user feels sober. This makes it immeasurably more hard to regulate it in the workplace, on roadways, and in schools. And we must acknowledge another basic truth, that today's marijuana is not the marijuana of the past. The THC concentration, the chemical that produces intoxication, has skyrocketed. These high-potency products are linked to serious psychiatric issues, including psychosis, anxiety, depression, and even suicidal ideation. We cannot pretend that this is a harmless substance. These are powerful, psychoactive substances, and they are already wreaking havoc in states that rushed into legalization. We've been told that marijuana isn't addictive, but the science says otherwise. According to the Journal of American Medical Association, about 3 in 10 marijuana users develop a disorder. And among those who begin in adolescence, 1 in 6 becomes addicted. The National Institute on Drug Abuse has confirmed that legalization increases the frequency and intensity in use, particularly among young people. We know from other states that legalization fuels addiction. It's no coincidence that states with legal markets report spikes in youth usage and drug-related incidents in schools. We've seen this in Michigan, where student drug violations exploded after legalization. When marijuana becomes widely available, usage becomes normalized, and our young people pay the price. In Colorado, for every dollar that's spent, for every dollar that's generated in revenue, taxpayers incur $4.50 in costs tied to drug treatment, increased emergency visits, traffic crashes, and criminal justice burdens. The idea that this legislation is going to boost our budget is fantasy economics. To play devil's advocate, even if the tax targets are hit, they'll be paid by a small segment of daily users who will bear the health consequences for life. That's not good policy, that's exploitation. Let's talk about public safety. Traffic fatalities, including marijuana-positive drivers, more than doubled in Colorado after legalization. In Washington, they rose by 122%. Research published by BMJ Open and supported by the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety links recreational legislation to a significant rise in fatal crashes. Unlike alcohol, there's no reliable roadside test for THC impairment. No breathalyzer, no standard, just guesswork and public risk. According to AAA, marijuana-related traffic deaths increased after legalization in every state that tracked it. In Colorado, 1 in 3 DUIs now involves marijuana. Legislation makes it harder to identify impairment, and it's easier for intoxicated drivers to get behind the wheel. What about our children and our mental health consequences that are going to be suffered? This bill is undoubtedly going to harm our youth and put our young adults at serious risk. The human brain does not finish developing until age 25. That's not speculation, that's neuroscience. It's supported by peer-reviewed research, including from the National Institutes of Health. Studies show that marijuana use before the brain fully matures can lead to long-term cognitive damage, increased risk of psychosis, and lower academic and life achievement. If you listened at the press conference yesterday that the PA Family Institute held, there were compelling stories by multiple Pennsylvania families who have suffered these consequences firsthand, and I encourage you to watch that. But this bill legalizes marijuana for anyone 21 or older. The same lawmakers that argue that offenders under 25 shouldn't face adult consequences because their brains are still developing are now turning around to say that those same young adults should have access to high-potency marijuana. Boy, is that a contradiction. And it's dangerous when considering that marijuana has serious effects on the developing brain, particularly during adolescence. In treatment centers across Pennsylvania, counselors are reporting a dramatic increase in marijuana-induced psychosis, particularly among teens and adults. I'm not making this up. This is what the experts are reporting. People who were never predisposed to mental illness are now suffering hallucinations, delusions, and psychotic breaks because of high-potency THC products. It's not speculation, it's happening right now, and this legislation is only going to make it worse. In Detroit public schools, drug-related incidents jumped from 289 in 2021 to over 1,700 in 2023 after Michigan legalized recreational use. ER visits for marijuana-related psychosis has exploded in Colorado. And in every state that has legalized it, the share of high school students using marijuana regularly has gone up, despite all the so-called safeguards. Meanwhile, emergency rooms are reporting surges in THC poisoning among young children. In fact, the number of marijuana-related ER visits for children under 10 have tripled in the last 5 years. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reported that pediatric ER visits among marijuana tripled between 2019 and 2012. Doctors at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia say they're now receiving daily calls about children under 6 exposed to THC products. High-potency gummies and candies, they're attractive to kids. That's not fear-mongering, it's happening, and this bill will only make it worse. Let's talk about what this bill does to the Pennsylvania workforce, which is already under extreme stress. From the manager at Dollar General to the head of a manufacturing facility, I've heard it over and over and over again, employers cannot find workers. And they certainly can't find workers who can pass a drug test. We've all heard it. This bill makes it worse. It forbids employers from considering marijuana use in hiring and firing decisions unless somebody is visibly high and visibly intoxicated. What about the risks that aren't immediately visible? What about the forklift operator who develops a habit of smoking THC every night and shows up to work tired, foggy, and distracted? What about the manufacturing line tech whose job requires attention to detail and sober judgment every single day? What about the delivery driver who may not be visibly impaired, But he has enough marijuana in his system. When he makes that one critical mistake, who's to blame? Quest Diagnostics report that marijuana positivity in the workplace has reached an all-time high. And in states where marijuana has been legalized, it has doubled. Employers are rightfully worried about liability, insurance costs, and morale. The Pennsylvania Manufacturing Association has warned that this bill will undermine workforce development and threaten workplace safety. Shouldn't a private employer have the freedom to build a team that reflects their values, their mission, and their workplace safety standards? This bill says no. It effectively treats marijuana as a protected status, turning drug use into a shield against accountability. I want to talk briefly on social justice. We have to ask ourselves, how does flooding our communities with addictive, high-potency drugs bring healing or equity? You don't help families shattered by addiction by legalizing and commercializing the very substance contributing to their harm. And to follow up on some of the comments by my good colleague from Mercer County, this bill does violate the Constitution in multiple ways. And in the way that I want to speak about is in violation of the single subject rule. Let's not forget that the Pennsylvania Constitution mandates that each bill must have a single subject. But this bill doesn't just legalize marijuana. It also includes provisions for expungement of criminal records. That's a totally separate issue. No matter how you feel about expungement, it deserves its own debate and its own bill. Shoving it into this broader package is not just irresponsible, it's unconstitutional. And you should be a no vote on that strictly because you've all taken an oath to uphold the Constitution. Madam Speaker, I've talked to parents, teachers, police officers, pastors, business owners, and they are all alarmed by this bill. They don't want this in their neighborhood. They don't want more impaired drivers on the road. They don't want their kids thinking that marijuana is no big deal. They don't want to deal with the downstream effects of addiction, absenteeism, and decline. No wonder there's broad opposition to this bill. In addition to the Pennsylvania Attorney General Dave Sunday, the PA Chamber of Business and Industry, the PA Farm Bureau, the PA Motor Truck Association, Commonwealth Prevention Alliance, PA Family Council, PA Catholic Conference, and over 200 church leaders, pastors, and ministry leaders representing over 1,100 churches, as well as Americans for Prosperity, have voiced their opposition for this bill. So before we usher in a new era of normalization, let's pause and consider who benefits and who pays the price. Let's remember the parents whose kids will be targeted by high-potency marijuana products, the teachers who will be asked to manage classrooms where attention spans vanish, the police officers trying to enforce DUI laws without the tools to do it safely, and the employers who can't measure impairment but will be held liable when something goes wrong. This legislation may be wrapped in the language of freedom and choice, but the consequences will be felt in every emergency room, every school district, and every public safety budget in Pennsylvania. Let me be clear, this is not a partisan issue, it's a human one. And I pray, in Jesus' name I pray, that together we can rise above partisanship, we can open our eyes to the data, our ears to the voices of parents and employers, and our hearts to the generations who will bear the consequences. Let's choose wisdom over impulse. Vote no on House Bill 1200.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Venkit.
So I want to thank the gentlelady from Fayette County because we too infrequently cite the medical literature up here in the State House. And as the only physician here, I always appreciate the literature review that we should have when discussing legislation related to public health. But one of the fallacies that exists when we're citing medical statistics is the failure to contextualize it in the context of patients and the communities that we serve. And I stand here as the first physician since the 1960s to serve in our General Assembly, who continues to care for patients. And I think it's important to set the record straight as to what are the individual health effects related to marijuana and why this legislation addresses the public health concerns that have been legitimately raised to the legalization of marijuana. The first is that it is extraordinarily clear and well established in the medical literature that marijuana is less dangerous than tobacco or alcohol to individual health. That has not been something that is questioned. And I appreciate those who take a view that we should have a prohibitionist approach to any substance that can cause harms to humans. Certainly, I've taken an oath to do no harm. But as a practical public health matter, prohibition does not work. And we saw that historically in the United States with alcohol prohibition. And frankly, we've seen it by those, including those with whom I have sympathy, who've said we should prohibit tobacco given the harm that is clearly caused by that. That has not worked. And we also cannot ignore the real individual and community health consequences to the criminalization of marijuana. That is also established in the medical literature as to how this has a direct impact on a community's health. So that doesn't mean that marijuana is benign. And I'm the first one to stand here and agree with my colleagues who have said that there are potential harms to marijuana. But let's dig deeper into what the impact of legalization has been in states that have moved forward from the health impact of marijuana. The first is there is no evidence that underage individuals are purposefully taking up marijuana in states that have legalized marijuana for adult use. It is a fallacy that has been disabused in the medical literature over and over and over again. What is clear is that individuals at the lower end of the legal age may be more likely to take up marijuana. So in this case, in our bill, it is age 21 and above. And the concerns about the adolescent brain are valid, but we are talking about a legalization that is occurring towards the tail end of neurological development. And we need to acknowledge that in the public health context, again, that prohibition has not worked. And with substances that are more harmful than marijuana, alcohol, we have deemed that it should be legal at the age of 21. The second point is that the statistics about emergency department use are correct, but again, not contextualized. And as an emergency physician, I feel very comfortable saying this relative to speaking to my colleagues across the country where marijuana has been legalized. The emergency department presentations have come about from two very important reasons. One is accidental exposure among underage individuals because of products that have been created that are appealing to children. If you have a gummy which is then picked up and taken by a child, that is going to cause problems. Similarly, high-potency THC products, which are unregulated, are getting into the marketed products, and as a result, those individuals are presenting to the emergency department, whether in terms of impairment or whether in terms of other toxicities from THC at very high levels. That is also true for the data that has been cited related to presentations for psychosis or other medical conditions. It is directly correlated to the high-potency products that are being marketed in differently regulated markets across the country. I want to commend the sponsors of the bill, the gentleman from Allegheny County and the gentleman from Philadelphia County, because from having sat in the health committee and seen the public health experts that have come forward and related that to both the clinical experience I have, as well as to the clinical experience of colleagues across the country, and related to efforts to manage the consequences of legal products such as tobacco and alcohol, It is critically important and is present in this legislation that there is rigorous regulation of potency, packaging, and marketing. All of those efforts go directly to how we mitigate the harm that could come about from legalization of marijuana and to take the lessons of how we stop some of those consequences that have occurred in other states. I feel very comfortable as a medical professional saying that the approach that is taken in this legislation is rigorous, supports the public health, and recognizes the very real consequences of prohibition. It goes directly to a public health precept of harm reduction and making sure that we regulate this product in a manner that it is directed towards those who it is meant to be available to, adults, and to mitigate the consequences from high THC content products as well as from accidental exposure. I don't think that this is the end of the debate. Clearly, if we pass this legislation, it is going to go to the Senate. But speaking as a medical professional, and with colleagues here who are fellow medical professionals who I know will concur, we need to understand that these provisions that are in House Bill 1200 are robust, unique, and well-suited to our public health environment here in Pennsylvania. It's for that reason that I urge a yes vote on House Bill 1200.
Chair thanks the gentleman on that question. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Lawrence, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The contents of this bill are largely influenced by a testimony that was received during several House Health Committee hearings conducted last session, which I attended on the Health Committee. While I appreciate the time that was dedicated to learning about this issue, I'm concerned that crucial groups were not consulted in the development of this legislation. As a member of the House Appropriations Committee, I had the opportunity to question the state police during budget hearings about the input that they've had in marijuana legalization. As you may recall, the state police admitted to not being included in the legalization conversation, but indicated that they would hope to be given a seat at the table. It was emphasized, however, that the implications of such a proposal would be dependent on how the legislation is structured. Keep in mind, this was the response provided only a few short months ago. Yet, we now have House Bill 1200, which was in the works long before that. Clearly, our state police, who are mentioned 25 times throughout this bill, I might add, were left out of the conversation. How do you not consult with law enforcement on a proposal like this? We saw how this played out with the legalization of medical marijuana nearly 10 years ago, creating confusion over the conflict with federal law. House Bill 1200 only stretches this policy gap further. In fact, our own Attorney General does not support this bill. What about the Department of Agriculture, Health, Revenue, Drug and Alcohol programs, and other impacted Commonwealth agencies? What about the State Treasurer and the Auditor General? Have they been given the opportunity to contribute to this legislation? As legislators, we get to have input today, and I will be opposed. I see this as one of the most important votes that I will make in my career here. I want to be sure that future generations know I intended to protect them with my vote today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady on that question. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Luzerne, Representative Pugh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in opposition to House Bill 1200. I never thought this would be my first time speaking on the floor in front of all of you. Those who know me, and many of you do, and I've worked with you over the years, know that my focus has always been our children, their safety, and what it takes to protect them and all the boards that I have sat on. I fear that this bill hasn't taken into our children into concern. Sure, we're stopping where they can smoke it and what they can do, but they can still do it at home. We all know that secondhand smoke is dangerous and causes cancer. THC can be transferred in secondhand smoke into our infants, toddlers, and adolescents. I don't think that's what we want. I don't think that's what this bill was made for. And I really don't think $1 is worth a child's life or a child's health. I implore you to really think about this when you're casting that vote today. Think about your children, your grandchildren, and your neighbors' children. I keep hearing that there's a chance that this can get changed down into the Senate, but I didn't run for the Senate. I ran for the House of Representatives. We make our own decisions here, not pass the buck down to the House to have it changed so that we can pass ourselves on the back. I implore you to please reconsider this bill, and if you haven't read it all, do it. Make sure you are making the proper decisions. I'm going to make one more note. My mother lives in a dry city where there's no alcohol sold. The cities right now don't have that choice to keep that decision to themselves with marijuana. All these years, that's where they live and that's what their rules are. They also are covered by the Pennsylvania State Police. So bringing this into a town who hasn't been capable of dealing with even alcohol on that level is a shame that we're even considering it. Coming out of a company that ran 911 centers, the technology side, for 34 years, when a terrible storm comes through and takes out the communications of the center and our first responders, if I had to send one of my tower climbers up in an emergency 200 to 300 feet to fix a tower to restore communications for our communities and for your communities, what do I do if he's had a relaxing night and has THC in his system? What's that do to my liability insurance and anybody else who's working in these fields? These are all repercussions that fall down, and we need to consider them before we make a decision. I want to thank you for the time, and I do encourage each one of my colleagues to think for ourselves and make our decisions here in the House of Representatives, not pass the buck down to the next chamber. Let's stand up for what we believe in, and let's protect the morals of our constituents and our residents. Remember, no money is worth a child's life or health. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Chester County, Representative Paelli.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Folks, if you vote against this bill, the reality is you're voting against billions of dollars for public safety. I've been hearing often from the other side a good question about why we can't do things. The question is money. Where are you going to get the money? And I believe and agree soon the taxpayers, the good taxpayers of Pennsylvania, are going to ask us, what's in your wallet? Today we have something to put in our wallet and for the overall benefit of every Pennsylvanian. When you vote against this bill, you're voting against more state troopers out there to protect people. You're voting for vape shops selling whatever they want to whoever they want. You're voting for Pennsylvania money going to other states. I've heard people talk about Colorado, and New Jersey, New York. We're not Colorado, we're not New Jersey, we're not New York. We're here in Pennsylvania. This is the unique bill that has come out because we've learned lessons from those other states. The reality is people in Pennsylvania are smoking cannabis. That's happening. That's the reality. The problem is we're letting it happen in the worst way. And the status quo is not working. Much of what I've heard here today, legitimate concerns. It's happening while cannabis is illegal. Just like alcohol prohibition didn't stop drinking but made criminals rich, Just like how banning gaming didn't stop illegal gambling, but took Pennsylvania dollars out of the state or to illegal bookies. Our archaic cannabis laws need to be brought into 2025 so we can protect the people who use and the people who don't use. The Cannabis Health and Safety Act fixes these problems and treats adults like adults and kids like kids. And it's not targeting enforcement, it's targeting enforcement where it belongs. As a past correctional officer, I've seen the pain and suffering of people convicted on marijuana charges. Then I became a public defender, an attorney, and some of those people that I locked up, I actually defended later on. And I see the road that they went down to. This has to stop, and this bill will help stop that. I've heard today, and I've seen myself, marijuana has done some tragic things to our children. But again, that damage has been done with unregulated marijuana. We do not know what is in the marijuana our children are smoking, and with this bill, we will, at the very least. When I took this job, and I ask myself this every day, how is it that I was fortunate enough to be here? This is an awesome responsibility, and I pledged to try to do as much good as I could for the people of Pennsylvania. But I realized that sometimes you have to make choices between two of the lesser evils. Leaving this alone, not meeting the moment, that's not the way to go. Please support this bill. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Westmoreland, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought we had a dual thing going here with our representative. But I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I also appreciate the honesty for what I believe was from the gentleman from Montgomery County when he asked, "What's in your wallet?" and admitted this bill is about money. I rise today in opposition to the bill, but we first have to ask, why HB 1200? Still with a broken wing, facing painful shoulder surgery and recommendations from people that said, hey, don't worry about those opiates, why don't you check out marijuana, medical marijuana? And Madam Speaker, I have to say, Googling Get My Card, it would take me about 5 minutes and $50 to get all the marijuana I wanted. Elevated THC, gummies, across the board. So why today? Why 1200? The good gentleman from Allegheny County, he said these stats are correct, but prohibition doesn't work. Madam Speaker, we don't have prohibition in Pennsylvania. We're one of the leading states in the nation for medical marijuana sales. So why the drive for more money here in Harrisburg? I have to say, today we're rising for our parents, for law enforcement, for mental health, and to listen to our addiction recovery community. Because in Westmoreland County, our Children's Bureau has confirmed what we heard earlier, that the CDC has said 10 and under, triple ingestion cases from elevated THC in our youth. And this bill is much more than just getting high and eating a box of Oreos so the state can get more money. Madam Speaker, Cheech and Chong will be driving in PA, and they're going to be driving high. Law enforcement across the country has seen driving incidents with impaired drivers increase in recreational marijuana states. More accidents, more fatalities, and still no ability for law enforcement to detect THC impairment in the field. From our mental health perspective, once again, there is no doubt high-potency cannabis significantly raises the risk of psychosis, depression, anxiety. But this isn't coming from me. This is Psychology Today, Lancet Psychiatry, JAMA. They all show young brains are particularly vulnerable, and there is no doubt early exposure to THC disrupts brain development. Our gentleman from California said, or from Allegheny County said, well, their brains are almost all the way developed. Recognize what we are exchanging just to get more money here in Harrisburg. Our addiction recovery communities have also raised red flags. These families have felt the pain of addiction. Their voices should be heard, and cannabis use disorder is real and rising. 1 out of 6 adolescents and nearly half of daily marijuana users are suffering from cannabis use disorder. This prime sponsor is from Philadelphia. And Temple University is also from Philadelphia. Madam Speaker, let me remind this chamber of the study in 2023. Recreational use is associated with risk factors for cannabis use disorder, including easier access to cannabis, stronger cannabis potency, greater variety of cannabis products, exposure to cannabis in advertising and sales. The bill before us today will give us more of the same. More addiction, more cannabis use disorder, all for more money here in Harrisburg. I urge a no vote on not just this bill, but on the future bills that will be coming before this chamber, because Pennsylvania can't afford to sell our souls for more money. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman on that question. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Schuylkill, Representative Twarzik.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've served the past 3 years on the Special Subcommittee of Healthcare, doing the hearings on legalizing cannabis with the sponsor of this bill. We learned a lot, we listened a lot, but today I'm speaking with a background in family business, and knowing that in family business and in business, we are always worried about the safety of our employees. Marijuana positivity rates are the highest in the workplace. They are at an all-time high. This bill makes it worse because if we legalize marijuana, we will have more users. Quest Diagnostics found that marijuana positivity for drug tests increased 2.5 times in states where marijuana was legalized for non-medical sales. Increases in positivity rates for marijuana in the general U.S. workforce were most striking in states that have enacted recreational use statutes since 2016. So if we have more users, it's going to multiply the workplace safety issues that are associated with drug use. We're facing greater employer liability, greater health care costs, and greater insurance costs. Even worse, our children and families are in jeopardy if we're inviting more marijuana use in our state. This isn't an area we want government to give free for all. There's one place we need government to continue to protect the parents and children of our state from the human suffering we would usher through marijuana legalization. My colleague, the good doctor from Allegheny, stated that there were no medical studies, but looking through a list, there are a lot of medical studies, including Kate Appelman, the Executive Vice President of Pennsylvania Clinical Programs at Caron Treatment Centers, where people who, their patients have experienced THC-induced psychosis. It was once rare, and now it's common in a lot of patients they're referred. The Pennsylvania State Director of the Academy of Medical Ethics, Dr. Eric Hussar, said marijuana can cause paranoia, psychosis, but also long-term and regular use can lead to worsening levels of anxiety and depression. The CDC stated that between 2019 and 2022, the number of emergency room visits for children 10 and under involving THC tripled. And in Colorado, hospitalization rates involving possible marijuana exposures, diagnosis, or billing codes more than quadrupled after legalization for commercial sales. I serve on a small hospital board, and this is not what we need to try to keep our small rural hospitals open, is opening the doors to more patients. There's an awful lot I can continue on. I will present my notes, but today's marijuana is causing harm. It can cause addiction, and state legislation and legalization would make it worse, and that is not my job here. I hope for a no on this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman on that question. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Crawford, Representative Roy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge a no vote on House Bill 1200. I think this bill could be called the juvenile use cannabis legislation. They call it adult use cannabis legislation, but I don't think that's accurate. This is a 173-page bill, but I keep going back to page 26. There's a $25 fine if somebody under 21 illegally uses marijuana. 25 bucks. That's almost the exact same thing as no consequence at all, but you don't even have to pay the $25 sometimes. The legislation states it can be a warning letter. You can get a written warning. So somebody under 21, they might be 20, they might be 18, they might be 16, they try to buy marijuana. It might be a warning letter, it might be a $25 fine. You may as well not even have a punishment at all. Comparatively speaking, if you're under 21 and you try to buy alcohol, it's up to a $500 fine. $500 for alcohol, $25 for marijuana. So, who's up there? Madam Speaker, you're almost encouraging young people that are a little mischievous to use marijuana instead of alcohol. And I don't know if that's the goal or if that's an unintended consequence, but if there's high school kids and they feel like, being a little bit, causing a little trouble, they could say, well, we could try to get some alcohol, but we're gonna risk a $500 fine. Or we could try to get some pot, and it's only a $25 fine. So I just think, Madam Speaker, this legislation is going to encourage young people to smoke marijuana. And I don't think we should be doing that. I think everybody in this room should agree. Well, some of us don't agree with the legislation anyways, but if there is going to be marijuana legislation, I think everybody in this room would agree that nobody under 21 should be using it. But this bill essentially says you can use it if you're under 21 because there's hardly any consequence if you do. A warning letter, that's not much of a punishment, or a maximum $25 fine, compared to $500 for alcohol. Madam Speaker, I urge a no vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Luzerne, Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is my first time speaking on the House floor because I feel compelled to do so due to the magnitude of the decision that's before us today. House Bill 1200 is an experiment on our children, our families, our businesses, and Commonwealth. It's an experiment that has failed miserably in other states that have legalized marijuana at the state level, a federally illegal Schedule I drug. While all small businesses are important, I want to specifically address today the serious consequences this bill will have for our manufacturers. Manufacturing is the engine that drives Pennsylvania's economy, adding over $100 billion in value every year, directly employing over 500,000 Pennsylvanians and sustaining millions of additional Pennsylvania jobs in supply chains and distribution networks. Because manufacturing is the sector that adds the most value, the jobs in that industry have the best wages and benefits in the marketplace. These are family-sustaining jobs. Manufacturing employers are also significant local taxpayers, sustaining the quality of life in the communities where they operate by upholding the local tax base. All licenses, all permits and insurances for manufacturers presuppose a safe working environment. Manufacturing often includes deploying heavy machinery, bladed instruments, extreme temperatures, chemical reactions, and/or high voltage, among other factors where human error could cause death or injury. Manufacturers are subject to the Pennsylvania Workers' Compensation Act at the state level and the requirements of OSHA at the federal level. These legal responsibilities are not optional. Pennsylvania is already burdened with a workforce crisis where employers cannot find enough qualified new hires to fully staff their operations at current levels of production. By mass commercializing the federally illegal Schedule I product, marijuana, the Commonwealth would be promoting increased drug use, thereby intensifying the workforce crisis and cutting off citizens from potentially having a family-sustaining job. Numerous fields require pre-employment drug screening, including CDL truck drivers, manufacturing employees, and healthcare workers. Even Wolf Home Products in York County, the family of our immediate past governor, who was once the CEO, requires prospective employees to pass a drug test before they're hired. For many jobs, drug use is a bright line divide that employers cannot ignore under penalty of law. The current situation with Pennsylvania's medical marijuana program is already a significant problem for employers because of ambiguities in the law following the Department of Health's expansion of approved use of marijuana for health conditions that already had FDA-approved treatments. Until these problems are addressed and corrected, there is absolutely no reason to consider any expansion of marijuana use in the Commonwealth. This issue is very personal to my district and very personal to Luzerne County. Luzerne County is ravaged right now with drug addiction. We're ranked third in the Commonwealth for opioid abuse and overdoses. I would encourage my colleagues from Luzerne County to seriously consider the weight of this decision. Let's not make this already terrible situation worse than it is. I will be a no vote on House Bill 1200. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman on that question. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Khan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a healthcare professional, I think it's important that I address some of the health concerns about this bill. I can tell you as a healthcare provider, I actually feel really good about this bill, especially because of the protections for children. The first thing I want to highlight is the fact that this is being done through a state store model. Currently in Pennsylvania, state stores are used to children trying to come and buy products in their store. And they're used to dealing with that. They're used to people that are coming in intoxicated trying to get product. By having this go through a state store model, that adds a safeguard that's going to be helpful for our kids. Additionally, when we're looking at advertisements for this product, this bill specifically prohibits advertisements that would appeal to kids. If it's going to be on television, I think 85% or more have to be over 21 in that market. If they're going to be promoting their product, they can't do it in spaces where kids are going to be watching. They can't be using cartoons. They can't use emojis. They can't use flavors, which are attractive to kids. I think it's also important that in this bill, there's actually safeguards to prevent where this is being sold. So that it is at least 1,000 feet from a school, so that it's not currently where it is now, where in the illegal market, where kids can get access to the product. I want to also talk very briefly about the issue of the harm with cannabis. And I can tell you that currently there is an unregulated market, there's an illegal market. There are people that are using extremely high potency doses of cannabis, and currently it's being done in the open. I can tell you, there's signs all over. You can just drive to the Capitol, you can see, get cannabis, no medical card needed. The potency is so high that some individuals are having profound chronic effects because of their ingestion of this. And this bill actually will limit that. So for a single use, there'll be 5 milligrams of potency. And for a package, if they're buying it and if they're buying a package, there's a cap of 25 milligrams. So this bill is a very simple, it's a very strategic approach to making sure that we're protecting our community. We're looking at the health and the safety and the welfare of our community. So I urge, and I'm saying this again from a healthcare standpoint, I urge a yes vote on this bill that's going to help regulate a market that currently is completely unregulated. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman on that question. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lancaster, Representative Cutler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to this proposal and will once again raise many of the same concerns that I raised over 9 years ago when we debated the medical marijuana program. Madam Speaker, it was March of 2016, and I raised issues about the federal classification of marijuana and the impacts it would have on many of our rights and our existing laws. Unfortunately, many of those issues continue to not be addressed. In fact, while the federal government began proceedings to reclassify marijuana in 2022, the hearing that was originally scheduled for January of this year has been indefinitely postponed. Madam Speaker, we've heard a lot of discussion about we should regulate it, we should legalize it because prohibition does not work. Yet at the same time, we hear points about how we will prohibit marketing to children. Madam Speaker, how does that work? If prohibition doesn't work, as many of my colleagues have argued, then it doesn't work. When you look at the underlying bill, it purports to fix the community inputs and falls short. It also fails to address the issue of federal preemption. Many of our current state laws, and more importantly, the federal laws that surround many of the issues that are very important that were raised in March of 2016 have not yet been addressed in the medical program. Issues with insurance, issues with workers' comp, an issue regarding our constitutional right to bear arms, field sobriety for DUIs expressed by our law enforcement, many state and national licensing issues, federal driving issues, and unemployment laws. Madam Speaker, the medical program has failed to address those issues in its current form. This bill does nothing to address it. The federal government has failed us by failing to hold the reclassification hearings that they promised. So quite frankly, this bill is premature. We've heard a lot of arguments, both public policy, for and against. We've heard the discussion about revenue. But Madam Speaker, it is very clear to me, this bill falls short on revenue, it falls short on public policy, and most importantly, it doesn't deal with the issue of federal preemption. I was 9 years ago a no, and I will continue to be a no until those issues are addressed. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman on that question. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Center, Representative Bunninghoff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Each one of us, at least those that have opposed, rise hoping we're going to give that magic speech that's going to suddenly wake everyone up. I don't intend to do that. Frankly, some of the members before spoke very well, but Madam Speaker, I do want to share a few thoughts, if I may, because I think Representative Krupa did a bang-up job and really outlined a lot that we need to be thinking about. Others talked about its unconstitutionality, the fact that it's controlled Schedule I drug in the federal level, and somehow we magically think we're going to override that. I would ask the members to keep in mind when the medical marijuana bill was done, there's a significant debate, and I'm not sure if it even got totally answered yet, about is the business going to be an entire cash business? Who's going to be federally insuring this or state banks insuring this? I don't even know if we have any state banks left. But that's a serious concern because this is an awful lot of money if those who support it are anywhere close to the amount of money they think this could raise. We know in other instances when a lot of cash is flowing different places, it's fraught with problems and an appetite for theft and other things. Madam Speaker, one of the things I want to raise is I'd ask the members to think about what this vote really means. I heard it said that we're raising more money. The government just has this insatiable appetite to always need more money. And when we need more money, somehow we just change the rules of the game or the description of something and we make it legal because somehow that makes it more attractive. We heard about Colorado. We've seen many instances all across, and I'm not going to belabor those. But the last thing I really want to throw out is please think about how serious of a discussion and an issue that you're being asked to vote on. This is serious public policy. I'm going to throw a couple numbers out real quick. I know our House rules say don't ask a question you already know the answer to, so I'm going to ask you the question because I'm sure you probably don't know the answer. But what does the number 446, 432, 430, 393 have in common? Those are the average statistics from the year 2020 to 2023 of the number of people that die in our own state every month because our state has failed to deal with the drug overdose problem. Now, 444 may not seem like a lot, but it's at least 3 times as many people in this room or should be in this room. But for a better comparison, the average 747 Jet Air accommodates 366 people. Well, if you had 366 people going down in a plane every month, you would think that was a problem. So what are we going to do to make it better? We're going to legalize another known mind-altering drug under the disguise of we need to raise the money, and we're going to legalize it for recreational purposes. We're not doing this to help one medical event or medical issue. That's already been done. It's being strictly to raise revenue in some cases, but to legalize something that we know causes harm. I don't understand it. It makes no sense to me, but I would ask you to think about it. When you look back on your career, did you pass legislation? Did you do initiatives that reduced the number of people dying of overdoses? Yes, this last year we had some reduction, but no, we stood here today, passed public policy. Some will be excited because it's legalizing the recreational use of marijuana. Madam Speaker, I cannot do that, and I'd ask each one of you before you leave here today, when your career's over, are you going to look back on this day and this vote and say, boy, am I glad I voted to legalize another recreational drug? I doubt you will, and I won't be doing it. I'll be a no vote. Thank you.
Chair checks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny County, Chair of the Health Committee, Representative Frankel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, let me start by saying how much I appreciate the work of my colleagues on the Health Committee, both Republicans and Democrats. And in particular, I want to recognize the work of the 2 subcommittee co-chairs, our former colleague, Representative Schemmel, and Representative Rick Krajewski. the prime sponsor of this bill. Those hearings that we had were really every single stakeholder that you can imagine had an opportunity to help inform the legislation that we drafted. My Republican colleagues were particularly thoughtful, and many of their comments and concerns are certainly not only informed this piece of legislation, but I believe that much of this reflects their concerns that were reflected by Democrats as well, particularly around public health issues. But Pennsylvanians want legal cannabis. Poll after poll shows it, time and again. And if we don't believe the polls, we can just look to the voters of Ohio who just legalized it in a referendum. Or watch how Pennsylvanians are voting with their dollars, crossing borders to buy cannabis in other legal states, or buying here from the quasi-legal vape stores advertising THC products with marijuana leaves and signs saying, "No medical card needed here." They're all over my own neighborhood. It's almost like a blight. Or maybe it's even from local gas stations. Pennsylvanians want cannabis to be legal. But that does not mean they want to be walking through plumes of cannabis smoke on our sidewalks. It doesn't mean they're okay with kids getting access to it. And they may want cannabis to be legal, but they don't want a cannabis retail store on every corner of their community. People want cannabis legal, but they also want it to be safe. And they want the profits to go to Pennsylvania farmers, Pennsylvania small businesses, and Pennsylvania taxpayers. This is the bill that will thread that needle. We set out to achieve something that no other state quite has. Put a permanent end to the criminalization of cannabis, protect the public health, and make sure that Pennsylvanians and local businesses stand to benefit. Earlier today, I received a letter from the Pennsylvania Medical Society stating that although they do not support legalizing cannabis, that if it's happening, this bill is how it should happen. And I want you to listen closely because I am going to quote from their letter. Quote, "While PA Med does not support the use of cannabis, we recognize the importance of the health and safety elements contained in House Bill 1200. We appreciate the inclusion of measures that aim to protect public health by ensuring the state has the responsibility and the authority to comprehensively regulate all facets of a cannabis industry from production to safe and to ensure responsible use and minimize societal harms. The implementation of strong safeguards, such as restrictions on marketing to minors, clear labeling requirements, impaired driving prevention efforts, and funding for substance abuse education will play a crucial role in minimizing the potential risks associated with legalization. We believe these provisions are essential if the state is to go forward with legalizing adult use. We have concluded that House Bill 1200 does, let me repeat that, does contain the necessary provisions and provides the framework to establish a strong state-controlled adult recreational use system," unquote. We followed the recommendations of the national experts. We created legislation that will legalize cannabis at the same time that it puts in place guardrails to protect children, non-users, and the health of our community. With that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from York County, Representative Anderson.
Madam Speaker, we've heard a lot of statistics today and data. We know every single person in here, in this chamber, can find statistics and data to support their position on almost anything. Madam Speaker, I rise to oppose HB 1200 based on real life and real experiences. I rise in opposition to this bill for one simple reason, and that is kids. The myth that this will only make cannabis available to adults is to deny reason and logic. The supporters of legalization argue that illegality of cannabis does not work. I would agree. Basically, people will do it anyway. If this is true, then by their own logic, legally restricting cannabis to adults will not prevent adolescents from accessing cannabis. Criminalizing gambling was used as an example of this very point. That making gambling illegal did not stop people from gambling. Again, this is true. But I can tell you what legalizing gambling is currently doing for our youth. Due to the decriminalization of gambling, we are currently creating an entire generation of addicts. Every cafeteria in America is filled with 14-year-olds placing bets. So, where will our kids get their weed? Not at a dispensary where you need ID, not at a state store. Kids will still get it at the quasi-vape shops. They'll still get it from shady distributors. To demonstrate this truth, was anybody in this chamber unable to get beer when you were 18 because it was only legally to be sold in licensed beer distributors? Anyone? Okay. Kids will get weed illegally and it will be more dangerous. HB 1200 makes cannabis accessible for adults. It makes it more dangerous for kids. Unlike alcohol, the only purpose of recreational marijuana is to change one's state of mind. With every hit, it purposely reduces one's judgment and one's conscience. I've dealt with too many kids who went from taking a few hits from a party on Saturday night to self-medicating by smoking joints on Wednesday nights in isolation of their own homes. These students become addicted to the high. It becomes most important. They live to smoke. They quit playing sports, they drop out of band, their grades plummet, and they alienate themselves from their friends and their family. Their endless opportunities are replaced by catastrophic hopelessness. It's not a joke. It's not a game. It's not Jeff Spicoli in Fast Times at Ridgemont High. I really don't care what choices adults make for themselves, but I care greatly about the decisions we as adults make for kids. HB 1200 will negatively impact our children. If I'm wrong, then so be it. No harm, no foul. If I'm right, every single person voting in the affirmative today will bear the responsibility for causing harm to our children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Recognizes the gentleman from York County, Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wasn't going to comment, but I had to make one quick observation and correct some things on economics here. It was kind of mind-boggling to me that the gentleman from Mercer County laid out clearly and concisely that this is an unconstitutional bill. No one even stood to refute that because it was irrefutable. Yet we ignored an oath and voted it as constitutional, knowing not debating, knowing that it's unconstitutional, because it's not debatable. It's crystal clear that it's unconstitutional. But let's talk about the economics. We just heard about profits being returned to Pennsylvania citizens. We need to spend a little time defining profit. There is no profit here. First, we heard that we were going to set up this state system to avoid monopolies. Huh? How does that work? We're going to fight monopolies by creating the epitome of a monopoly. A single provider with no competition. That is a monopoly. Then we heard we were going to keep prices low. Well, why don't you go buy alcohol down in Maryland and see how those prices compare to those here in Pennsylvania, not to mention the selection. Much lower in Maryland. Then we talked about profit. Well, let's clarify. Revenue and profit aren't the same thing. This might generate $500 million in revenue or sales. The profits are projected at a meager $16 million. Million, not billion, million. So we're going to spend $370 million up front in the form of a $270 million spend with a $100 million bond. $370 million up front, no sales at all for 2 or 3 years. Rather than leveraging existing state store infrastructure, dispensary infrastructure, or better yet, private infrastructure with all of the existing vape shops that would actually provide economic opportunity for young entrepreneurs, many of whom are people of color, as was previously stated. Instead, we're going to spend $370 million for a $16 million annual return. That's 25 years just to get your investment back, but that doesn't stop there, because you got carrying cost on that money and on those bonds. We are actually going to spend more money than we are going to bring in. There is no return on investment. Which leads me to my final point. If you ever wanted to know why we should privatize absolutely everything possible in this state, people have been making money selling weed for a long, long time, and only the state of Pennsylvania could come up with a scenario where we create a monopoly on selling marijuana and find a way to lose money doing it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Delaware County, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier today, I was talking with somebody on the other side of the aisle that I care about dearly. And one of the things we were talking about is the fact that when I look up at that board, I see 203 names. Each one of those names has with it a story. And I learn a lot from your stories. I listen carefully. I don't talk. I listen to you and your stories, and I try to learn. I'm going to try to ask you to listen to my story. When my baby brother was in high school, he started smoking marijuana. It didn't take long until he was smoking marijuana every single day. He lost the will to do anything else. By now, I was off in college. I may have even been off in the Marine Corps. He was 14 years my junior, so I wasn't home. When I'd come home, he was, of course, not himself. Many of the things that I had left at home, he had taken out into the community and sold, because he didn't have a job, so he could buy marijuana. And it wasn't long into his usage in high school that he started finding other drugs. And as you would anticipate, he started failing in school. He ended up with a high school diploma, but that was the result of my now passed mother basically berating the high school into passing him. In his teens, became addicted to marijuana, then became addicted to more drugs, went off to the University of Alaska Fairbanks, where he took many of our home possessions up there to again sell for harder and harder drugs, relocated to California, where he found himself with other people around him that would give him harder and harder drugs. DUIs for being under the influence of narcotics, including marijuana, in and out of the California penal institution. My nephew had let him borrow his car while he was on Marine Corps deployment. And my brother had trashed that car so badly, living as essentially a homeless person in that vehicle, that it was unusable. Smelled of marijuana smoke, drug paraphernalia throughout the car. He painted the engine for some weird reason. He's gone. He's gone. Lost him in his early 30s to an overdose. Now, I know that may not have much impact on you. I wish that it would. You've heard competing theories about addiction today. I'm giving you a real-life family in your chamber who has suffered the consequences of a drug that had a cascading effect. If you don't believe that marijuana is a gateway drug, I'm standing here today with a real-life story of the impact on one man and his family. Left behind 4 children in California. 4 children. And a family that loved him dearly. It's one of my passion projects, is working on this issue. But I want to leave with you the very clear message that if you believe marijuana doesn't have addictive qualities, then you're not paying attention. The CDC says 30% of the people who start to use marijuana become addicted to it. But set aside science, if we have some colleagues who will stand up here and dispute the science. The bill itself takes 10% of the cannabis revenue fund and dedicates it to substance use disorder prevention, treatment, and education. Why? Why? Why do we need 10% of the cannabis revenue fund to be dedicated to helping people with their addiction to the very substance that we legalize? I know passions are high on this for a number of reasons. I acknowledge them. Perhaps the criminal justice system needs to be reformed. I'd entertain that. But my name's up there alongside of yours, and I have a story. I hope you heard it. I know you'll vote your conscience. My hope and prayer for you is that you and your family never have to suffer the tragedy that my family did. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Bucks County, Representative Monroe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the previous speaker for sharing his personal story. When we all come here from across the state, and we all have personal stories and personal backgrounds, and it's very important that we share those. And that is what I'm going to be doing right now. As most of you are well aware of, I am a former police corporal, but what you might not know is that I was one of the most active officers in my department on DUI enforcement and drug arrests. including both possession of marijuana and DUI with marijuana. I even received a commendation from Mothers Against Drunk Driving for my DUI enforcement. I've heard several comments that specifically mention how this bill will affect DUI enforcement. So let me be very clear. If I was still working as a police officer today, this bill would have no impact on a typical DUI enforcement. Zero. How does a traffic stop work? Well, first of all, you need probable cause for a stop, a legal reason for the vehicle stop. When you stop a vehicle, an officer can only go off of visible signs of intoxication. Visible signs of intoxication. I know there's been some comments talking about a roadside PBT, a pre-arrest breath test for alcohol, and a marijuana version of it. A PBT are not enforceable in a court of law. So from a legal perspective, that doesn't even exist for alcohol. So whether it's alcohol, heroin, prescription drugs, or marijuana, you are either incapable of safe driving or you are not. This bill does not change an officer's observations. This bill will not make an officer's job more difficult. I would even argue, or could argue, that it's possible that this would have made my job as an officer easier. I have arrested many people for the possession of marijuana back in my day as a police officer, and to be honest, I wish House Bill 1200 was around back then, and this former police corporal supports its passage today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Bradford County. Representative, the gentleman waves off. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana County. Representative Struzzi.
Thank you, Chairman. So here we are, second week of May, 20 to 5, talking about House Bill 1200 to legalize recreational marijuana. Why are we here? Because the governor has proposed legalizing recreational marijuana to raise money to balance his spending plan of $51.4 billion. I think we need to talk about that. And the good lady from Armstrong County laid out some of those numbers. If we're talking about budgets and raising money from recreational marijuana, because at an upfront cost, we know that already we're going to be on the hook for about $270 million just to implement this 173-page bill that's been rushed through in 3 days. Again, here in the middle of May, when we have to balance a budget by June 30th. $260 million of that's going to go to the LCB alone just to establish these sites, because they've already stated they're not going to sell marijuana where they sell alcohol. So that means they're going to have to hire new staff, new locations, lease, own, whatever that may be. They're also saying that these sites will not be operational until 26-27 fiscal year. The rest of that money is going to go to the court system because they're going to need more funds to handle whatever cases come from this legalization of marijuana, and another $1.75 million for the state police and the attorney general. So in addition to that, this bill allows for the LCB to basically seek out a bond for $100 million to help with startup costs. So as we're looking at the state budget now, already we know we're down over $2 billion, a gap that we're going to have to fill. We're talking about another $270 million just to get this program up and running. And we've had a lot of debate this afternoon, and I think it's good that we've had this discussion. We've heard a lot of differing viewpoints. But I think, from a fiscal standpoint, we have to look at the realization of this is not going to help us balance this year's budget. The Department of Revenue has said that it's only going to generate about $15 million, maybe $16 million next year, going into 26-27. So it's not going to help balance this budget. It's not going to help balance next year's budget. Why are we having this discussion? And it really, really, and I appreciate the gentleman from Delaware County, my friend. I empathize with you because Like you know my story, you know? And for any of us who have lost a loved one to addiction, we know that this is not something that should be rushed through in 3 days. This kind of legislation needs to be vetted. It needs to be thoroughly explored. Why are we even talking about the state stores? I mean, come on. I don't understand. Well, I do understand, and I said it because the governor wants this as part of his budget package, and we're starting those discussions now. But this is really something that we need to take seriously because for those of us who understand addiction, understand mental health issues, what's it going to take? You're going to go to a state store and show them your ID? Is it going to say, oh, well, by the way, I have substance abuse issues, I have mental health issues, but sell me a bag of weed anyway? I mean, this is not the legislation to do what this is intended to do. It's going to create unintended consequences, and I am deeply concerned that we're pushing this through too fast, deeply concerned at the cost to this Commonwealth, deeply concerned at the future cost of this Commonwealth, but more importantly, I'm concerned to the cost for our families. Because those of us who have lost a loved one, I lost my brother at age 31, 10 years ago, and just like my good friend's story, it started in high school with a little puff. And I just can't understand why we're not taking the time to do this legislation properly. Whether you're for it or not, this is not the way to do it. So I urge a no vote on this legislation. We really need to take a closer look at what we're doing in this Commonwealth. And if we think legalizing recreational marijuana just to balance a budget is a good idea, we are sadly mistaken. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Warren County, Representative Rapp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand before you today in strong opposition to House Bill 1200. I know much has been said here from many of the previous speakers, but this bill proposes the legislation of adult use, recreational marijuana in the Commonwealth. We hear a lot of talk about the benefits of legislation, including how much money it's going to raise, but at what cost? Do the benefits really outweigh the harms? Last session, the House Health Committee held 6 hearings surrounding the topic of adult use recreation marijuana, as the chair stated earlier. However, I would like to point out no hearing was held on this particular bill. We heard testimony from people with backgrounds in healthcare, law enforcement, public health research, substance abuse prevention, and child advocacy, many of whom were from states where marijuana has already been legalized. One thing was made clear: no state has gotten this right. One argument we always hear in favor of legalization is the generation of tax revenue. We heard it today. This bill specifically proposes a 12% excise tax on cannabis sales. But when it comes to the tax rate, no state has been able to provide us with a sweet spot. You can't tax too much or consumers will flock to the illicit market. But if you don't tax enough, you won't experience the revenue gains. Keep in mind the increased funding that would be needed to support law enforcement, mental health, and substance abuse prevention services. In fact, a Centennial Institute study found out in Colorado that for every dollar received in tax revenue, $4.50 was spent to mitigate the effects of legalized marijuana. I will remind everyone of the arguments that were made in favor of legalized gambling and how the revenue generated from it would go towards reducing property tax. And how has that worked out for all of our homeowners across the state? Another benefit often associated with marijuana legislation is a decrease in the illicit market. Proponents have consistently stated that consumers are willing to pay for a safe and quality product, which is what you get in a regulated adult use industry. However, we have seen the resiliency and in some cases the enhancement of the illegal market in states where marijuana has already been legalized. No one can point to a single state that has experienced a decrease in the illicit market after legalization. And I don't see how selling marijuana through our state stores is going to change that. Rather, as was explained during our hearings, any apparent decrease is more so attributed to a reduced market share. In other words, the illegal supply chain holds a smaller portion of a much larger market. So to say legalization has contributed to a reduction in the illicit black market is a misnomer. Most importantly, House Bill 1200 will have significant consequences for our children. Legalization normalizes a product and gives the impression to youth and adults alike that it is safe and okay. Yet it's obvious, and you've heard stories, personal stories right here, that marijuana presents an explicit danger to our younger population. And by making recreational use legal, we are not only expanding access to adults, but to children as well. This is incredibly troubling because we know that accidental ingestions have led to a rise in pediatric poisonings. Use in adolescence is connected to a host of mental health and substance abuse disorders, which can have a lifelong impact and completely alter a child's future and that child's family as well. Numerous families visited the Capitol just yesterday to share how their child's marijuana use, while seemingly innocent at first, has ruined their child's life and many times has put families in financial distress and ruin. Also, there is a correlation between marijuana use and teen suicide. During one of our hearings, a testifier reported that in Colorado, nearly 43% of teens that commit suicide have a presence of marijuana in their system. Also in Colorado, marijuana has become the #1 substance found in completed teen suicides, which never used to be the case. This should come as no surprise because there are proven links between cannabis and psychosis in teenagers. A Canadian research team studying more than 11,000 teens found that compared to non-users, cannabis users faced an 11-fold increase in the risk of developing a psychotic disorder. Maternal health has been a big priority for both sides of the aisle, so I would be remiss if I did not emphasize the risk this bill presents to mothers and babies. Marijuana use during pregnancy can result in pregnancy complications and be harmful to an infant's health and development. Legalizing is not worth jeopardizing our children's future. I understand the bill contains provisions attempting to protect our children from marijuana exposure, but I firmly believe there is no way through legislation or regulation that we can ensure the safety of our children. There are other glaring problems with House Bill 1200. First and foremost, marijuana continues to remain a federally illicit Schedule I substance. How are we allowing state employees to sell a federally illegal drug? LCB has no history of expertise in marijuana, yet this bill grants the board very broad authority to regulate the sale of cannabis. The bill permits recreational marijuana users to possess firearms, although this would be considered a violation of federal law. And how do we expect, which was amazing, considering folks who are so opposed to owning a firearm, that this is in this bill. How do we expect law enforcement to enforce certain provisions of this act? Police will now have to determine DUI impairment, whereas under current law, having drugs in your system is a per se violation. It will also be difficult to expect police to enforce the outdoor smoking ban and homegrown restrictions, given the minuscule fines imposed on violations that essentially equate to a slap on the wrist. I can't imagine law enforcement in my community going door to door to see how many plants are in your home. I could go on, Mr. Speaker, but these examples show that there is simply no way we can assure through legislation or regulation that our children and youth are not going to access and be negatively affected by marijuana if it becomes legalized more widely. Even our Attorney General, the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the Commonwealth, is not supportive of this legislation, citing the ongoing substance abuse crisis that we have right now and the need to thoughtfully consider any negative unintended impacts. Please take this into consideration. When it comes to marijuana legalization for adult use, many look to Pennsylvania as a state to set an example. We will be the ones to finally establish a successful model. And while I appreciate the confidence in our Commonwealth, I do not see how we can be expected to get it right when every other state has failed to do so. What do we really want to be known for? Legalizing a federally illegal substance or ensuring a better Pennsylvania for our children? Do not be fooled by the title of this bill, the Cannabis Health and Safety Act. There is nothing healthy or safe about legalizing marijuana, a federally illegal substance for recreational use. This bill actually designates 10% of collected revenues to substance use disorder prevention, treatment, and education, which is an outright admission right in the bill to the destructive nature of this product. We're setting aside money for more services because in the bill itself, the way it is written, admits that there will be more abuses of substance abuse. Again, I encourage my colleagues to consider, do the benefits really outweigh the harms? For me, they most certainly do not, and I will be a no on House Bill 1200, and I encourage a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Recognizes the gentlelady from Lackawanna County, Representative Kozarowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first and foremost, I stand in front of all of you with the severe sympathies and empathy and understanding about addiction and about failed treatment and about people that have access to certain addictions that they are not able to regulate. And that's the most important thing about this bill, the regulation and the safety of where we're moving forward. You know, I stand here and echo the comments of my colleagues that are also in the medical field. Nothing about the health and safety in this bill. That is the reason we are pushing this bill forward. You know, we've spoken for many years about legalizing marijuana and cannabis in the state of Pennsylvania, and it's not about the collection of the revenue. You know, people in Pennsylvania now are using cannabis, and I think they're getting their products, unfortunately, from states, and we don't know if they are laced with other things like fentanyl, and we've all heard those stories about a horrific incident of somebody trying or wanting to use cannabis and it's being laced with fentanyl. And that is the nightmare situation that this bill actually can address by the regulation and the safety of how we can access this. You know, most importantly, if we remove the incentive and set up a system where trained professionals will sell safe products who won't be swayed by an extra $20 being passed across the counter by someone who's too young to buy legal cannabis, we build a safer, better Pennsylvania. I don't want my kids to be lured into these unlicensed vape shops, and they can lure them in with all kinds of colors and candies and all kinds of cool things, and you know, they get to try the latest flavored product. That's where the danger lies. I don't want anyone's kids to buy an unregulated product that might be, they're calling it stretched with some fentanyl or God knows what else, and it turns their usage into a nightmare. It's been 90 years since alcohol prohibition. It failed, and this is not the way to regulate this. Prohibition does not work. We're still ignoring those lessons, and it's been decades since we watched other states and learned from them how to do this right. And I think House Bill 1200 helps us do that right in Pennsylvania. So hopefully all of you understand. There's been many speakers, and I understand the concerns. I do. I have 4 children. I am a nurse. I understand the concerns of what this House bill has, but this is not the end. This is not the end written legislation. I do believe there's other ways to make it stronger, make it better, but today it's important for us to move this forward, to get it to the Senate and continue the conversation. So hopefully all of you in this room will be able to vote yes on House Bill 1200. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair is recognizing the final speakers, the floor leaders, going to Bedford. To the gentleman, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pretty sure that applause was not for me personally, but the fact that we're winding down. And I understand that and I appreciate it. But I will also say, Madam Speaker, that it is important. In fact, it is vital to this chamber that all voices are heard in debate. And it's important for us to remember that this debate, I believe, has shown many sides of this issue, and we have the chance to reflect throughout it as we come to a final vote. And what exactly are we voting on? A lot of the debate has centered around the idea of legalizing marijuana, the concept. But in this chamber, on this floor, we don't vote on ideas. We don't vote on concepts. We vote on bills to become law. And so the words in the bills and the legislation to become law are of the most import when we talk about coming to a vote. When we talk about polls and how polls are reflected, polls can be tricky because public polls don't take into account the exact language. They talk about concepts. They talk about ideas. For instance, there are polls that talk about the General Assembly. What is the approval rating of the General Assembly? Well, those poll numbers skew usually very low. But when you ask about what about your representative or your congressman, the polls go up because it's about how the poll is worded, not about the actual idea and the language that is being associated with it. And that's what we have here. We are a representative republic, which means we are elected to make decisions based on what we have in front of us, the information, the data, and not just simply a concept or an idea. The idea that we can vote on a 173-page bill that was introduced Sunday night on an issue that has created such consequence that you have the robust debate that we have engaged in today is enough to say that this bill, to become law, is not ready to move forward and should not move forward. It is a flawed process that produces a flawed product. You have heard about those flaws throughout the debate. I won't go over them, just to say that we can do better and we must do better than HB 1200 for the citizens of Pennsylvania, and I urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair goes to Montgomery County for Representative Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And like my good friend, the minority leader, I too have listened to much debate and I appreciate it, and I want to recognize my good friend from Delaware County. He reminds us for some, marijuana is a dangerous, slippery slope, the proverbial gateway drug to the most lethal of substances out there. But I've also heard other voices, even in the minority caucus. Gentleman from Lancaster who said this legislation is premature. One from Westmoreland who said the current medical program is more than sufficient, a $50 card will get it done. I've heard a gentlelady from Armstrong who supports legalization but believes that private sector will better monetize the market once legalization comes. I've heard a gentleman from Center say this is a money grab, and the good chairman from Indiana say that it will just balance the budget. And I've heard a gentleman from Crawford, who I don't always agree on, but gives thoughtful comments and gives us all something to think about. The good minority leader is right. We vote on the legislation in front of us, but we should have open minds about ideas that are put in front of us. And I think he points out a few that I could get my head around. And I've also heard a very dark view from the gentlelady from Fayette, who believes that Armageddon will come with legalization. But I would also note that she uses, in many cases, the present tense of what she views of the danger of cannabis. And let's realize, first of all, I jokingly said you guys must have had a pretty vibrant caucus talking about your positions on this issue. Well, we are humble and modest enough in the 102 majority to recognize that we have a diversity of opinion in our own caucus. And we've had some pretty challenging caucus as well. But our caucus recognizes that something has to be done. And the issue was raised several times. Why now? And I'll tell you why now. I'll tell you why the Pennsylvania State Police says now. Because they have concerns about the proliferation of unregulated intoxicants and agree that this is a problem that should be addressed. That is also the opinion of our governor, who happens to be our former attorney general. And the bill in front of us is not supported by myself because I'm a progressive politician. I'm a pretty darn conservative dad when it comes to my 4 school-age children. And the challenge in front of us is very simple. The issues that the minority raises in terms of zoning, in terms of marketing, in terms of THC levels, in terms of packaging and potency, let me tell you, those decisions are already being made for us, guys. Take not just a look at the bill in front of you, take a look at the strip centers and the communities that we all represent. Rich and poor, suburban, urban, and yes, rural. The decision is being made by corner drug dealers, not by the level-headed people in this room today. We don't act out of fear because we are scared. We love our children, but anyone with their eyes open knows that what goes on every day in this Commonwealth, in strip centers and street corners, is immoral, it is unconscionable, and it must stop. Now, it's not just being decided there, though. It's being decided in our neighboring states. Legislators in our surrounding capitals, Albany, Annapolis, Trenton, and Dover. Legal weed is pouring into our state, guys. It's already happening. Voters in red state Ohio, where their legislature could not act, went to the ballot. And now even Western PA will see the same thing. Prohibition of marijuana has not worked, and the facts have overtaken this body. The status quo is unacceptable. I don't want to make our choice for shady, unregulated vape shops masquerading as God knows what. This bill provides money for our communities, for law enforcement to dry up the illicit market and deal with this scourge in our Commonwealth. This bill, it is not perfect, but it has the highest guardrails imaginable. On potency, on content, on packaging, on marketing, and yes, limiting THC limits. And let me tell you, within my caucus, we had quite a conversation about what they should be. But the idea that we should abdicate our responsibility to make these decisions that are being made today in shady strip centers and street corners is abhorrent. It's an abdication of our responsibility. It has gone on for too long. Now, that's the substance. Now here's the politics. I recognize there is a diversity of opinion in the minority caucus and in the majority caucus. But what we do today is put down a marker that we will govern. that we recognize that what's going on in our communities can no longer go on without any answer from this body. And we will do what we often say. We will be humble, we will be pragmatic, we will take this historic first step. We will send this over to the Senate, and we await their response. They have an obligation to answer. We don't expect them to accept this bill as written, and perfect, we recognize it may not be. But they can no longer hide from their responsibility to protect our communities. They must respond. It is not enough to say DOA, or we don't like this structure, or this THC limit, or whatever fake excuse they have for not taking immediate action to protect our communities, our families, and yes, my 4 children and yours. So with that, I ask that Pennsylvania take the first historic step to pass House Bill 1200, to bring some sanity and rationalization to our streets, to our communities, and to our families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote.
Look at that. Are they going to stick?
Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 102, the nays are 101. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals May 7, 2025. House Bill 1425, House Bill 1426, House Bill 1427, those 3 to Judiciary. House Bill 1428, 2, State Government.
Majority Leader moves that the following bills be removed from the table calendar and be placed on the active calendar. House Bill 67, House Bill 79, House Bill 309, House Bill 721, House Bill 771, House Bill 937, House Bill 1030, House Bill 1263, House Bill 1330, House Bill 1396, House Bill 48. The Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 433, House Bill 818, House Bill 1062, House Bill 1103, House Bill 1144. Majority Leader moves that the following bill be removed from the table calendar and be placed on the active calendar. House Resolution 48. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Allegheny County, Representative Gatos, on Rule 17.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of House Resolution 167, which recognizes May 9th through the 18th as Go Public Garden Days. This resolution highlights the invaluable role that Pennsylvania Public Gardens and Horticulture institutions play in preserving natural resources, advancing environmental education, and enriching our communities. These organizations are leaders in conservation as they restore forests, improve watersheds, maintain healthy private working lands, and foster biodiversity in food and agriculture. But they also provide valuable outdoor time and some of the outdoor places to have our constituents enjoy nature, both fauna and flora. In Pennsylvania alone, public gardens and horticulture-centered entities contribute more than $500 million in economic activity and employ over 2,000 people. These gardens not only enhance our quality of life, but they also help drive tourism, which remains one of Pennsylvania's most impactful industries. I am incredibly proud to welcome members of the Pennsylvania Gardens to the Capitol on Wednesday, May 14th, including leaders from the Pittsburgh Botanic Gardens, which serves constituents in Allegheny County and the surrounding region. Gardens like the Pittsburgh Botanic Gardens, which are 65 acres of cultivated woodlands, demonstrate the extraordinary transformation of former industrial or mined lands into these thriving spaces for conservation, education, and public enjoyment. Public gardens are not just places to admire flowers, there are engines of education, conservation, and economic growth. I ask my colleagues to support House Resolution 167. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Delaware County for an important message.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to wish all of the wonderful mothers here serving as House of Representatives and also across the Commonwealth a happy Mother's Day this weekend.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. The chair wishes the gentlelady a happy Mother's Day, and Mama McClinton a happy Mother's Day to all of you. Chair is in receipt of a motion from the gentlelady from Delaware County, Representative Kazim, that the House now adjourn until Monday, May the 12th, 2025 at 12 noon, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. Questions on the motion? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House stands adjourned until Monday, May the 12th, 2025 at 12 noon, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.